And where's my phone? Nothing live yet. Welcome in, everybody. I didn't want to keep you waiting too long. I didn't have my normal video. So as you see, I'm in my workshop today. But yeah, so few little things won't be there for feature-wise, but we do have something going on throughout the stream. Once I locate it here, assets, where is it at? Well, either way, I'll tell you what it is. If you type in "I am awesome," as always, you'll be entered in for a giveaway throughout the show. So get those in there now in chat. And yeah, I am awesome as always. Joel's printers are printing. They do really get used, I promise. Good morning, everybody. Who here is hot for HT-PLA? Who's got to try it? Who's got some in already? I know some people are waiting for some shipments, but I think a handful of you have received it. I've seen a lot of awesome prints. We share them internally because we're amazed by what you guys come up with. But welcome in. We are here today to talk about HT-PLA, kind of a post-launch stream for those that have already gotten it, might have questions, or for those that don't have it yet, or are on the fence about getting it. Is it the right material for you? What's the use cases? We're going to be talking with the product manager, Pete, who kind of spearheaded it all, working with an amazing team across the globe. We're going to be talking to Xiaofan, our president, and also the head of R&D. And then we're going to have guests on that you guys will recognize faces and names. They're going to give their own testimonials so far of what they've used the material for and what they feel about it. So a lot of information. We're going to try to pack it into a roughly 2-hour schedule. It is timed here, so I have a schedule that I'm looking at that I know I have to try to stay on track because we got everybody kind of timed out. I don't want to have our guests waiting too long, but that's what we're here for. So go ahead and get the I am awesome. We're going to do the first drawing here a little bit, in probably about 5 or so minutes. But with that said, we're going to get right into things and dive right into the information. And we're going to bring in Pete, our resident product manager for the Polymaker Prime family, who has worked, what, 2-3 hours a week on this project, Pete?
2 or 3 hours every hour for the last 6 months.
Yeah. So, okay. So real quick, I think what we're going to do on this one, if I have my schedule right, which I need to put my windows over here, is we're going to have you run through the product page, right? Kind of explain people of what, a little bit a better understanding of what we have on the product page between pictures and information. And then real quick, I'm going to get ahead here. We will do a Q&A at the end of the stream. So any questions you have, don't ask them now because they're probably going to get buried. So we will open it up after we get through everything for a Q&A. I will answer what I can. Pete will answer a lot more. And then for anything that we can't answer, we'll make sure to mark down and get with the right team members to see if there's any super technical stuff. But questions at the end. Right now, we're going to just kind of give you some information to maybe answer some of those questions ahead of time. But Pete, I think are you going to share the screen for the product page?
Yeah, 1 minute. Let me open up HT-PLA. So we have a lot of you might have noticed we have actually 2 websites. One is our global website, and then one is our Shopify websites that are for North America and Canada. Well, all of North America. Let me close my Microsoft Teams real quick. Almost had a party. Almost had a party foul right there.
people are going to know what else is coming, right? Because the train doesn't stop just for one product, right?
Present, share screen.
Oh, let's see, and I'll watch for it here.
Let me do my window, this one, and share.
Okay, and we're going to add that to stage. Look at that, just like a pro.
All right, there we go. All right, so if you go to polymaker.com, you'll scroll down just a hair, and then you'll see HT-PLA, our brand new material. And we actually have this in 2 versions, which I'll go over on this product page because we have them both separated out to easy to understand chunks. So turn up the heat without melting your prints. I started on this as soon as I hired in, and this was actually I didn't understand how good this material was because I was like, oh, HT-PLA, how good can it be, right? Because it's PLA. And then I started messing around. I went and bought an oven, started throwing some plastic in there, and very surprised at how crazy this stuff gets under very high temperatures.
It was
I
fun
will
seeing
say
the initial video shown of just all the testing and the melting and the destruction of many scientists and flags.
yes, that was a lot of learning in that. So going from the top, I don't want to read this word for word, but basically this top paragraph is saying we're the HT-PLA, we're good for up to 150 C. This is, I've tried to reiterate this over and over and over just to make sure that there's no confusion. The 150 C is going to be the VICAT softening temperature. So what you can do is you can have pretty prints and they can withstand 150 C no problem on their own weight. What you don't want to do is have something like this and then have like a weight hanging off of it, because then obviously it's going to sag or deform if you have some kind of mechanical pressure on it. But this stuff is very good for withstanding high temperatures on its own weight, no problem, which is what these graphics are stating. So 150 C straight off the bed with no annealing, no post-processing or anything. It's kind of wild. So heat stability.
So the VICAT softening temperature is just kind of what it melts on itself without any external.
Well, the VICAT is actually where it's a test where it's a lot more technical than what the way I explained it. But basically, the VICAT, like in a nutshell, is you actually have like a punch, like a needle that sits on top of the material, and then whenever that sinks down into the material 1 millimeter, that's what's considered the VICAT softening
soft
temp.
enough to penetrate
so,
it. Okay.
So technically, our material is better than 150 C, but you don't want to claim higher and then start getting in sticky situations.
Fair.
So 150 C is what we feel comfortable with stating. So that's absolutely no problems. I mean, given you don't have, obviously you don't want to have a model with an arm sticking way off to the side, because then that's gonna have some leverage on the arm and essentially be the same as having weight on the model.
And real quick too, for those that might ask, on the 150 degrees Celsius, is that straight off the print bed or is that after post-processing or annealing?
Straight off the print bed. So the 150 C, what we stayed on here, is straight off the print bed. If you are wanting to have like strength under heat, which we'll get to here in just a second. So this is engineered to hold its shape at temperature up to 150 C. Effortless printing, effortless printability. So yeah, this stuff prints. I've been testing it with all the different PLA profiles in Bamboo Studio, and also on my Prusa XL behind me. So it prints great in all generic PLA profiles and high-speed PLA profiles that I've tested.
Yeah, and that's and I'll show off more on the last half the stream here. Is I've got, of course, you see the printers behind me. I've got several different printers. I've got Anycubics, Crealities, FL Sun. I have printed these all using no adjusted profiles, completely generic PLA high speed or high speed PLA, depending how it's labeled in the slicer. And again, I'll get done. I'm not going to interrupt this because we're on time, but I'll show those off of just showing, without adjusting, that is super printable on really, I can't say any printer, but on several that I've tested so far.
Just about any printer. I'm
Yeah,
not going to
it
say
should
any
be.
printer and then get caught up in that
Yeah,
prove me
that's why
wrong,
I didn't say it too. Yep.
but just about it. I mean, even Scott, Edge of 3D, he was printing on a super old ANET, right? So I mean,
Yeah.
that was him proving that it can be printed on even very
The
old
most
printers.
basic of printers.
Yeah, yeah. So dimensional stability. This is actually pretty wild too. So I've printed probably 30 of these little mini Wolverines by Wexter, and I have abused these things in the oven. And yeah, I thought it would be a good model just because of it has the little thin parts, the little wings hanging off, and it's not very stable model. But this has survived 150C no problem. And if this little dude can survive 150C, then yeah, we're definitely comfortable with stating that claim. Also, 300 millimeters a second print speed for the standard HT-PLA. I generally don't do custom print profiles. I mean, filament profiles, just because I just like to hit slice and send it. But I've done a lot of testing with this stuff, and it prints very fast. The HT-PLA GF even faster. So heat stability, just like we were mentioning, very good heat stability in high temperatures. Heat resistance, this is where the HT-PLA GF comes in. The heat resistance, which is the strength under heat. This is more for use under heat. If you want to use something in higher temperatures, you're going to want to go with the GF version, which is optimized for annealing. And I've always stayed off of annealing stuff just because I'm not a big fan of post-processing. But then after I got this material, and then it's only 30 minutes at 100C, very, very quick anneal. It's barely any post-processing at all. Literally, you just throw it in the oven for 30 minutes or in a boiling pot of water. Just don't use hard water. I found that out the hard way also.
It's a little
Hard water will,
discoloration.
yeah, it will discolor so you got to have clean water.
Yeah, and I think, and that's,
Demineralized,
I think a lot of
distilled.
us, because I've been printing a while too, Pete, and that's, I've had material that could be annealed. I've never annealed it because like I didn't know what it took. I figured it was something more just a pain until learning it from you, doing all this testing. Is yeah, 30 minutes, 100C, whether it be water, sand, open oven,
Yeah,
etc. So yeah, so it's super simple. So that was something I learned during this whole
yeah.
process.
So those that don't know, my background is actually in oil refineries, and I was a weld inspector for many years. So whenever you post weld heat treat stuff, it's a whole process, and that's why I was always kind of skittish with the plastics, because I thought it was kind of the same concept. But with the HT-PLA, you literally just preheat your oven, throw it in there 30 minutes, and then pull it out when it's done. That's simple. You don't have to ramp it up at a certain degree speed. You don't have to ramp it down. You just throw it in there and call it a day. Super easy. And then we have some graphs of the VICAT softening and annealing. 100C, 30 minutes. So you can anneal both, and then you'll gain properties out of each, but you gain minor properties out of the regular HT-PLA. I'm more suggesting it for the GF version. So yeah, HT-PLA, 300 millimeters a second, regular nozzle, regular PLA print profiles, HT-PLA GF up to 350 millimeters a second. And then we do recommend a hardened steel nozzle for this because it has the glass fibers in it. So you don't want to bore out your nozzle with the glass fibers. And then also this video, all of you might have already seen it. This video is getting some really good traction. But this video that Luke put together is very, very good and very detailed and explains everything perfectly on these materials. Luke did a really, really good job with this video. And I would say it's more of a product educational video more than an ad. It's very good. It's very good for learning this new material and what its capabilities are. But that's our global product page right there. We have some applications on here as well. The GF version, we did want to lean into the power tool area a bit, which is why we do have the power tool colors. But the power tool colors are very popular. So more coming soon. TM. It's yeah, we are definitely looking into more colors to see which one. So here's a fun thing. If you want power tool colors that we don't have, put them in the YouTube comments or just put them in our Discord. That way we can see which ones are more popular. Because I've already gotten Rigid, Bosch, others that people would like to add. So we do want to see which ones are the more popular colors that people would like to have added. And then same with the normal HT-PLA also. I've got a lot of purple requests. But yeah, I'd like to see what other colors y'all are wanting for these.
Okay, so that's the product page. And again, questions-wise, I see a couple questions that came in through chat. We will take a Q&A at the end of the stream. We're going to talk to a few people in between that time and now to get some more information. Again, maybe answer some questions. But we are going to get ready to do a drawing here. So let me get my screen shared. Share screen. Okay, so I'll give you real quick, just about 10 seconds, type in I am awesome. This is open for YouTube and Twitch. It is working on this setup currently. So go ahead and get that in there. We'll do a drawing. This is international. Wherever you are, if you are watching this video or stream, not video, it's definitely live. But if you're watching this stream or you hear my voice, you can receive a spool of filament. So type in I am awesome. No matter where you're at, we can get you that spool. And I will do the drawing in 5 seconds here. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And if you are the winner, reach out to me, exclamation point contact in chat. It's going to be joel.finn@polymaker.com or message me over on Discord, on discord.polymaker.com. Anchored Presents, congratulations. You've won yourself a spool of filament. Get some HT-PLA while it's in stock. So that will grant you whatever spool you want up to a $35 value. So congratulations on that. Anybody that's entered, yep, you will be in each giveaway. I'm not clearing the giveaway each time. So if you've already entered, you're going to be entered for all the additional ones, unless you've been, unless you've already won. So let me get that off here. Stop screen. Okay. So on that note, we're going to talk to some team members here, which actually real quick too is, let's see. Yep. I think we're got it. Okay. I think we have both team members here. I'm going to bring in a couple of other Polymaker team members that are involved in all aspects of the business, maybe a little bit more than even we are. So please welcome in our president, Zhao Fan. And, I don't know if it's here. I want to leave that on there. Oh, there we go. There she is. Well, welcome in, both of you. Thank you for being on the stream. Real quick, just a quick rundown. I kind of announced the titles, but do you guys want to real quick just kind of say who you are, what you do, and then we'll get some questions asked, and we'll go from there.
Yeah. Thank you, Joe. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, I hear you loud and clear.
Good.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Shao Fan, and personally, I'm a polymer scientist by training. I got into 3D printing quite early on, actually, almost 20 years ago. When I was in graduate school, and I got so interested in the technology. But back then, I wasn't very happy about the lack of materials that were specifically designed and optimized for 3D printing, and that was the main reason why I started Polymaker in 2012, and I have been running the company since then. Really, really happy to be here.
Thank you for coming.
Hello. Hi, Joe.
How's it going?
Can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. I'm Jie. Like Xiaofan, I'm also polymer scientist by training. I stepped into the 3D printing industry much later, although, but since 2017, I've been working in 3D printing companies. Firstly, I worked at Carbon. I developed several photocurable resins, but about 2 years ago, I joined Polymaker, and now I'm leading the materials R&D team. We're very excited to see everyone to join this live stream today.
Yeah. No, I think it's awesome that not only just have one of you, to have both of you on here is, especially dealing with community as I do, is they love anything behind the scenes. So, you know, just seeing other people involved and knowing, I think it's just fun for anybody to learn a little bit more what goes into the process, which I think, Xiaofan, let me see here, we got, there we go. Then Pete, did you want to run the questions off for him? And then we'll kind of give him the stage for a little bit.
Yep, I had some difficulties. 1 second.
You know, a live stream is not a live stream
well,
without difficulties.
Yeah. So one of the things that Joel and I had come up with some questions to kind of feel it out and see their Xiaofan and Jez take on this. But the main thing is how did you come up with HT-PLA?
Yeah, I can try to answer that question. Yeah, we actually had the idea many years ago, at least 5, if not more than 5 years ago. So as you know, the 2 biggest challenges for PLA as a structural material are, number 1, it's very brittle, and number 2, it's not heat resistant. So I think the idea itself is very natural. So anyone who is using PLA in 3D printing would want to improve PLA in these 2 aspects. So as you know, so for the first challenge, for the toughness challenge, as many of you know, we actually introduced Polymax PLA as the first ever toughness enhanced PLA filament for 3D printing, and that was back in 2014 in our first Kickstarter. That was the first, and you know, the material had a toughness that was more than ABS, which was actually more popular back then compared to PLA. And over the years, tough PLA has been very popular, right? So it has its own category nowadays. But on the other hand, temperature resistance was turned out to be a much tougher problem to solve. Because as we know, the reason why PLA is so popular is because the material is so easy to print. It has excellent printability. And that comes actually precisely because the material has a very low glass transition temperature, or TG. And the low TG, on one hand, it gives the excellent printability, but on the other hand, that's precisely the reason why the material is not heat resistant, right? So there's sort of a contradiction here. How can you, preserve the printability aspect of PLA while also significantly improving the heat resistance? And that turned out to be quite a big challenge. So even though we had the idea many years ago, but we really had to pursue some very unconventional material engineering technologies, and it took us actually and Jay can share more. Maybe it took actually many years and from multiple R&D teams to eventually deliver the 2 products that we introduced recently.
Yeah. So now with the when you guys developed go back in the past a little bit with the Polymax, was that around about the time that, like, of course, a lot of people that started with ABS. That was the most popular.
Yes,
the Polymax
ABS was more popular back then.
So is that, do you think during a point that PLA started becoming a little more popular, or was it kind of before that and kind of maybe helped spearhead things? I know you can't claim that, but just the timing, do you think it was there when PLA started kind of taking over the market?
Yeah, so in the beginning there was actually not only so if we go back 10 years ago, ABS was a more popular material than PLA, and PLA had quite a few challenges, right? So the low TG also also led to another issue, and which is nozzle jams, which happened on a lot of the early printers. I remember using tier time printers back then, which was very difficult to for PLA, and MakerBot replicator 2X or 2S or 2X, I forgot. The dual nozzle printer
with a lot less auto calibration.
also. Yeah, so actually the first technology or the first problem we solved in PLA was the jam-free technology. And we managed to increase the softening temperature of the filament from 60 C, 60 degrees Celsius to over 140 degrees Celsius. So the PLA filament would stay very stable in the cold end of the extrusion system, and so that was actually the I think that helped a lot with people who were trying to adopt PLA. But obviously, printers also got a lot better over the years, right? So they had other technologies that helped solve the same issue. Then the second problem that we worked on was to try to improve the toughness. And that became Polymax PLA. I think we definitely helped with driving PLA to become the most popular material in 3D printing. But like I said, the heat resistance challenge took us much longer.
But I think from my experience, I think and people out there that have used it so far, I think we might have solved it, right? You know, always more improvements to be made, but I think I did really well with this. And of course, with the heat stability, that kind of being a thing. What other aspects do you think makes like the HT-PLA a game changer? You know, in the form of filament and printing.
Yeah, so I think I believe this is the first time that you can have both PLA-like printability and good high heat performance in a material that's basically based on PLA, right? So from that regard, I'm super happy and super proud of what our team has delivered. Yeah, I think this would really, I'm trying to be careful with words like game changer, but I want to be precise, specific, right? What the material can do. I think but I think I'm also a very heavy 3D printer user myself. So I can imagine many use cases of these two materials. Like if you are running a print shop, you would not be worried about your parts being deformed, deformation of the parts during shipping, and you can print all sorts of parts for outdoor, for the summer. If you're in Houston, you know what I'm talking about.
I was there recently, and yeah, it was in the 90s and humid.
Yes, and people talk about parts deformed in their cars, right? So that's now you can print figurines or decorative parts that will be stable in your cars in the summer, and you can also make parts that are dishwasher safe, right? So that can survive the heat of dishwashing. You can print parts, medical devices, medical parts that you can use high temperature to what's the word? To disinfection, right? So all sorts of things are now, or I think simply you just want your parts to be more heat stable, right? I think because the material is the same, like you guys mentioned in the beginning, it's compatible with basically any or almost any 3D printer on the market, right? So you can just use a generic PLA profile or basically any PLA profile based on my experience, and it would just work. So
same, yeah. I've used the generic PLA, the generic high-speed PLA, and honestly, like I said, I'll show the prints off later. Everything you see printing in me is generic high-speed PLA, and nothing tuned. I'm like, I think a majority of users now is I just like to hit print. I like to have it print and then it just be successful. All the little trophies you kind of see scattered throughout, those were all done the same. So yeah, no, I think the printability is huge, and just be able to pick it up, but then have those added characteristics. Yeah, I think is great. Obviously, especially for places that are hot a lot longer, but it does get hot in Ohio. I have had prints softened in the car. Usually the kids' toys or dragons or whatever they have, but so yeah, so there's definitely many more use cases past that, but definitely interested to see where this technology goes in other formulas.
Yeah. So for those that don't know, I actually interviewed late last year, and my interview was based on HT-PLA. so whenever I did my interview, Polymaker had given me some information from our R&D department, which Gia is soon to find out that she would wake up to many messages and questions from me every day. So trying to learn the whole process of Polymaker. So yeah, she for a while she knows that she's going to wake up to many questions from me. But this was my baby whenever I started Polymaker or started working for Polymaker, and then finally, like, I don't know if any of y'all out there understand how hard it is to keep a secret for 6 or 7 months. But every time I get in our Discord server or something and I have prints like this guy off in the background, and then I turn on my camera and then I turn off my camera, move it, and then turn my camera back on.
Can't make it too obvious.
Whew, it's
well,
tough.
And how many times have me and you had a call where we're talking about things, talking about the launch, everything else, and then we get into the hangout, and like we've always caught ourselves. We've never leaked, but it's like, no, the stuff, the stuff. That's what we're talking about. So and the community prize, they pry and pry, but yeah, no, it's I'm with you there. Any of the cool new stuff, especially when it's something changed. I mean, colors are always cool. Don't get me wrong, but when it's a new material that has really awesome characteristics, it's a hard a secret to be kept. But
yep, which I was surprised how well we kept the leak management down. It's hard to keep stuff a secret for 6+ months, and I think we did a pretty good job of that.
Oh, absolutely. Then did you want to start off with the questions? The next questions, Pete?
So we'll give GA some time to talk, but maybe give her like what all does it take to like creating or revising a formula every time I say, hey, I want this particular.
It's not right.
I want this better, and then she's looking at me like, you want it better again? Okay. There were quite a few revisions on this formula, such as even the colors, because they sent me samples right off the start. And the first thing that I told them, I love the material, but I want colors that scream at you. And then now we have them. So everybody that's going to be receiving the color or the material, not only is it going to be good material, but the colors are fantastic.
They're good colors.
But yeah, Jeff, you can maybe speak on more of what goes into creating the materials and the formulas.
Yeah, of course. Like Pete says, it's quite a long journey, but I think we have a structured process. So can I said name a few stages. Firstly, we start from identifying the key product properties that we like to achieve with the new material. And this is like the process Pete described. He will share information with us. We'll maybe challenge him with additional questions, and with some frequent communication. We work closely with product managers. In this case of PLA/HT, product manager is Pete. We work closely with him to scope a new product. During this process, we also have to convert the product properties into measurable material specifications. So something straightforward like heat resistance, it could mean different material properties depending on what user condition, what temperature, what load you're taking this material. So it could mean a tensor modulus, it could mean heat deflection temperature, Vicat temperature, creep, etc., depending on really situation. So it's really important to convert descriptive product requirements into measurable quantitative material specifications. Then we evaluate different material technologies to achieve this key property requirements. For some innovative ones or the ones with challenging requirements like PLA HT, we will start from, say, literature research, fundamental analysis, of course, tons of trial and errors during that. Something that appears to be promising, then we'll take the formulation versions, many versions, of course, to perform a more thorough quantitative tests. Based on the test results, we optimize the properties from different aspects. So in the case of PLHT, we have to balance printability, heat resistance, dimensional accuracy, mechanical properties, how easy it is for people to use, and etc. So from many angles, we find the optimized solutions. The last step is to take the newly developed material into production. And this is quite important. R&D will do what we call a pilot production run. Not maybe just not one run, but several actually pilot production run. We define the QC specifications and we come up with the process control plans before handing over to our production team. I say it's very important because we need to make sure the new product made with during manufacturing will have consistent properties as the lab materials, so that when you get the material, this is exactly what we developed.
Yeah. So one thing that I did not know, because whenever you don't work for a plastic manufacturing company, you don't really understand the process. And one of the things that I didn't even know about for a while is our R&D department actually goes to our production and then teaches them, like hand in hand, how to produce the material exactly how R&D produced it. That way it has a smooth transition from our R&D department to our production department, and they have training. And then once they deem the training is completed and good to go and consistent with our R&D materials, then they'll say, all right, we give you the blessing to produce this material. So that's pretty fun.
Not maybe just mentioning, but yeah, like you said, this is what we call knowledge transfer process. So based on oral communication written, a lot of documentations, but also practices. So we do this pilot production run, or actually do it in 2 stages. So overall, I'll say at least 10 pilots production runs until we give it okay for full productions, full scale.
So on the HT-PLA, I know I've been a part of at least 2 or 3 different versions, but how many different versions and formulas do you think that we had of HT-PLA before we said, okay, that's where we need it?
Oh, did you only remember 4 to 6, 4 to 5 versions?
She remembers you requesting a lot more changes.
Oh, it's actually a lot more than that. I didn't count, but I would say at least 100, more than 100. This was quite a technical challenge to make PLA heat resistance without sacrificing its printability, just like what Xiaofan explained. To achieve this goal, we started the project several years ago, and we actually evaluated 3 technical approaches. Because in the beginning, we didn't know which one would work. So we evaluated 3, did a lot of researches, and we formed 3 R&D teams to tackle each of them. With all the hard work from them over the several years, that we eventually developed these 2 PLA-HT products. So
yeah, I remember we almost, yeah, I remember, yeah, so like Jie said, we had 3 different teams working on 3 different based on 3 different strategies. And we almost went with a different one, right? From the one that we're using now. But eventually we figured that the current technical strategy turned out to be overall, you always have some pros and cons. Sometimes it's hard to make that decision, but eventually I believe we chose the right one. But it was quite some years of hard work.
So then one last question. Of course, there are many iterations. Of course, much time put into it. Staff-wise, just obviously there you go. There's the production, there's marketing, all that stuff. But just in the development of a product, about how many people are involved in, let's say, especially for this one, maybe some are different, but how many people are involved in this project alone in the production aspect? Or, I'm
So
sorry, development, not
besides,
production.
yeah, not production, not the
Yeah.
production engineer.
Yeah.
But yeah, so besides Pete or Nicholas, besides our product managers, from the R&D team, we have about 10 R&D engineers worked on this project. We have those who worked on the material formulations, characterization testings, and pilot production. And just like the process I mentioned a few minutes ago, there is a process to transition the R&D work into manufacturing. And during that process, we have more people involved. So we have, I think, about 6 process and quality engineers involved in. They came from the manufacturing team, and they work closely with R&D team during the transition. They contributed a lot to ensure we have a stable production of the new material.
Awesome. Yeah. So many people, many moving parts, and many man hours, days, years, everything. So is there anything else that you two would like to say? And then, well, I know it's late for you guys. So anything else you want to say? And then I'll let you guys get out of here.
Yeah, maybe two quick points. Number one, these are just the first 2 products that we are introducing now, right? The technology doesn't stop here, so we will have even for the technical strategies that we didn't use, we might eventually develop different products based on them. So I think we will continuously innovating, and like I said, the high temperature PLA technology doesn't stop at these 2 current products. I believe we'll have more better products that we are trying to develop and bring to our customers. And number 2, so I just want to say, even though I can't see anybody besides Pete and Joe, but I really want to express my appreciation for the great support from our communities. I think that's what has been inspiring me and the team to work super hard because you guys are the best. You are, I think I don't remember how many times I got inspired by what people create with our with the Polymaker products.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so thank you very much.
Awesome. And then do you have anything else to say, or?
Second on what Xiaofan said, we have more HT-PLA series new products coming up. We already got a few on the pipeline.
Yeah, as I said,
yeah,
the product train never stops, right?
I didn't say which one, but
Yeah.
but
But I will say that we do have a lot of good guesses in the community.
yeah, but I will say, if you any feedbacks or suggestions on how we can make our materials better, what features you would like to have on the new PLA, HT, or any other filaments, just let Pete and Joe know. And like Pete says, he message me almost every day, so R&D guys will get feedback and will fix problems.
They become best friends, is what she's trying to say.
And if y'all ask me questions that I have no idea about, you can see her on the screen who the question is going to.
Oh my gosh.
We'll just be the filter. But yeah, thank you both for coming on the stream. Again, giving a little bit more insight to the background of what goes into all of this. That it's not just hey, let's make this, and here it is. It just spits it out. It's not like a 3D printer. There's much more that goes into it. So thank you both for coming. I'll let you guys go because it's probably time to go to bed.
Yeah.
You guys have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. See
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
There we go. I've said this many times on my streams and the hangout and everything else is That is one really awesome aspect of just working for Polymaker, but being part of the team is that we have that access. That really the community has the access. You can ask Pete, you can ask me, and if we don't have that answer for you, we can ask straight to R&D. Whoever it needs to be, targeted to, we have that access, and that is what I think is amazing, especially as a continue growing company, is to still have that communication, open communication. And I think me and Pete have talked many times of, we have yet to run into anybody that's like, no, I'm not going to answer this, or rude, or like, hey, I'm tired of you. As much as he had many revisions for the formula or the color. Again, just always just very professional, very polite. It's great. I think Pete, you probably agree.
Yeah, definitely. Whenever I first hired on, I had many questions every single day, and yeah, I thought I was going to be getting on people's nerves and them tell me to get a dictionary or something. But yeah, any questions that I have, they answer very gracefully, I would say, because I would definitely be getting on my nerves if I was in their shoes.
For sure. But real quick, we're going to do a drawing again for giveaway. If you haven't yet, type in I am awesome in the chat. If you've done it already, like I said, I'm not removing, clearing that list. It's staying constant. I don't think it's actually removing duplicate or not duplicates. Can't do a duplicate, but if you want again, you might be able to win. I didn't check the settings on that, but let me share that, because then what we're going to do after this is we're going to bring in another guest for a quick testimonial and kind of what their experience has been. They were one of the first to receive the material. This is not the winner. I've got to reset it. So Angered Presence already won, but I'm going to give this a drawing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Again, exclamation point contact in the chat. That's the email, joel.fan@polymaker.com, or on discord.polymaker.com. You can message me. Woodcat71 on YouTube. We finally have a YouTube winner. I'm working. I think I might have figured this out for the Meet the Polymaker show. No promises, but congratulations either way. Make sure to message me through email or on the Discord, and that'll get you a spool of filament no matter where you're at. So congratulations on that. Let me get this off here. And like I said, so we've got many guests we're going to be speaking to. I want to bring one on right now because, again, it's these time zones are hard to shuffle, so much things go out to the guests that don't live in the same couple-hour time area that we do. So for our first guest for some testimonial is going to be somebody you guys have seen on the show. You've probably seen across the YouTube on many amazing technical videos. Please welcome in Igor from My Tech Fun. How's it going?
Hello. Hello.
Yep. Hear you loud and clear. How's it going?
Fine. I have guests now. We are celebrating a birthday of my middle daughter, but I have always time for you.
We won't keep you long. So I appreciate you taking your time to come on here. Real quick, if you just want to introduce who you are, where you're from, YouTube.
I'm from Europe. I'm from Hungary. I am a mechanical engineer, but I work as a teacher and researcher on university in Budapest in Hungary. But I have my YouTube channel. It's called My Tech Fun. And slowly, one of my main topic is testing different filaments and their properties.
Yep, yeah, and you do thorough tests. Like anybody that wants anything, especially technical, and wants to understand things a bit more on that aspect, amazing videos. Go watch them. My Tech Fun on YouTube. But of course, as I said, is you received the filament, one of the first to receive the filament. Got to print with it. Kind of do some of your tests. Obviously, you have a video out already on the HT-PLA. What are your thoughts on it? Kind of your use case, what you think you might use it for, or any other tests that you might plan in the future for it.
Mm-hmm. It is quite big innovation, and because this is really something great. I mean, PLA with PLA printability to have this big heat resistancy. That's fantastic. Now, I already tested maybe 1 or 2 years ago similar filaments with this kind of properties, which can withstand 150 degrees Celsius without annealing. It's PLA. But the price of that filament is 3.5 times bigger compared to regular PLA. It's a Hungarian company, actually, and basically it's available only in Hungary and surrounding countries. And so this is really great innovation that you developed something similar, but for very affordable price. So I think this is the biggest innovation. I think this is incomplete here.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of feedback we got was the price. People were amazed at the price for being HT-PLA. So I think
Yes, when I received the filament, I basically in the last moment I asked you for the price because I wanted to somehow mention in the video, and that you wrote me you didn't know the exact price or just I got the information that it is similar to the PLA Plus and the glass fiber is similar to the ASA, and I was really surprised. So that's the great price for this kind of PLA. Now, I got a lot of comments and questions, direct messages that, oh, it is completely replacement for the PLA ASA. It is not. And actually, I'm preparing a separate video about this. So I want to compare it to the Polylite PLA, to the PTG, and to the ASA, because all these 4 filaments has its own place on the market. Polylite PLA, just quick example, it still has much better layer adhesion. Maybe a solution for the improvement. Pity that the Xiaofan is not here anymore, but maybe you can ask him.
The product manager is, so any improvements, let Pete know.
Yeah. What about core filaments? I'm just thinking, you know what's core filament? When different properties outside and inside, different filaments.
So, the
already tested.
Core
there are core filaments. So imagine maybe HT-PLA inside and thin layer of the Polylite PLA outside for the better layer adhesion, for example.
So kind of like a foundation, kind of holds it together from the inside. So what the idea would be?
Yes. I tested several core. Even now, I have some core and regular filaments, and actually, it's really better because the base material, which is in this case not reinforced with carbon fibers, it is outside for the better layer adhesion. Because this is on the edge of the acceptable for the HT-PLA. Polylite PLA, I think it has 2 times bigger layer adhesion. PTG has better chemical resistance. ASA, well, I don't know about the ASA because I got many questions. What about UV resistance? And I got questions. What about
too, so definitely need some testing.
Yes. What about 1 year performance? Well, I told them that I just couldn't wait so much with the video, so I should publish now.
Yeah.
I couldn't wait 1 year, so
you can only hit it with so many UV rays until the video was released. So everything was kind of constrained. But we're definitely interested
because
in seeing kind of
your Xiaofan also claims that in UV that it performs good or something like that. But I'm not sure. But I still have the feeling that ASA is still better if somebody wants to use this.
So
on sunshine outside, but I'm just guessing. I'm not sure about this.
Yeah. So the UV resistance was probably our biggest question because we do say like it's good for outdoor, but the UV resistance is actually similar to standard PLA. So it is gonna degrade over time. Obviously, much faster than ASA, but the whole outlook of it is you can use it in the sun without it deforming or being any issue compared to a standard PLA. But however, if you do leave it in your car or something, obviously it's going to be more protected from the UVs. That obviously not if you just have it sitting on your windshield, but it's going to be more protected. But it's going to be in that hot environment, so it's going to be better than a standard PLA.
Yes, annealing really helps against the creeping. For example, ASA is still better here against the creeping. Annealing helps, but I noticed that it shrinks during this process. But I tried only your suggestions, and I got a lot of comments to try very slow annealing because your instructions are quite aggressive. I think I got the first in the PDF 110 degrees Celsius preheated oven and to place there. And many users suggested to slowly to place the objects inside and heat up the object. And actually, I have for you, maybe you don't know about that lazy annealing. It's even easier than your method of placing in the water or something like that. Lazy annealing, when you finish the printing, cover it with some plate or something like that, depend how big are the objects, and just crank up the bed temperature to, I don't know, 90 degrees Celsius or 100 or something like that, and leave it there 1 hour. That's most comfortable if you don't need the printer immediately after the printing, of course.
And it's not advised to do that open air.
Yes, so this is what I want to try different annealing methods, to try really slow annealing. And also I want to see if I will improve the layer adhesion if I go out from the comfort zone. Because in my review video, I tested only in the recommended temperature range. But what if I reduce a little bit the part cooling, let's say not 100%, like with the PLA usually we use, let's say to 50%, or go up to 240 degrees Celsius operating. So I want to try a little bit to go out from the comfort zone. And to see.
Once you get up to about higher than 230, it'll start to get stringy from my own testing. So above 230, that's why we have the recommended up to 230. But yeah, anything above well, maybe if you change some parameters, you'll be safer. But just from the temperature perspective, it'll start to get stringy above 230. But on the TDS, we actually have, so my R&D department actually told me 80 to 100 on the annealing temperature, and then 20 to 30 minutes. That's the window. But they were suggesting 100
of course,
at 30
the time
minutes.
of the annealing, the time of annealing depends of the size of the object. If it is something like this, quite small, then it can be done in 15 minutes, basically. Actually, I did that annealing on those, pancakes for the temperature test. When it finished the printing, I just set the bed temperature to 90 degrees Celsius, and immediately when it heat up 90 degrees, I turn it off. So basically, it was annealing of 5 minutes, but it is thin. But if you have something like helmet or whatever, something bigger, then of course you need more time, because
so the standard HT-PLA actually anneals very, very quickly. So if you look at the TDS, I have on there 3 minutes for the annealing process, because it hardens up very, very quickly. And I'm actually going to change that to 30 minutes because a lot of people think that it's a typo, and it will be a better anneal over 30 minutes, but the 3 minutes is all that it really takes for the standard HT-PLA. But
tried
I'll be
slow
annealing.
You tried slow heating up of the, or
well, actually it'll harden, and that's why like on some of the scientist little time-lapse videos, how I have them melting, those are actually over like 30, some of them are 30, 45 minutes long, where the PLA will stiffen up and it'll just get solid, and that's why it lasts a lot longer on some of the testing, because it'll solidify. If you do the long annealing, it'll just crystallize and just get super stiff.
Not long, just slow. For example, starting from on a room temperature and slowly reach that 90 degrees, for example, and then leave it cool down together with the oven.
Yep, because I didn't know how to proper anneal at first, so I bought an oven, and then I was taking it up 5 to 10 degrees C like every 10-15 minutes, and then it just got super, super stiff over like 45 minutes, like what you're saying, and it was very hard to actually kill the scientist after that because it was so stiff.
Here is an interesting application I found out for this material. I have many brittle filaments which cannot be bended through these holes. Not this one, but some carbon fiber filaments, for example. And actually, this is very good for this, because I can see many of my friends print this from PLA or PETG, but then when they try to dry the filament to 70 degrees Celsius, it deforms and jumps out. And actually, this material is, for example, great for these clips.
There you go. One of the many, and that's what I think we all enjoy, is everybody sharing what they're using it for, because we can think of all these different ideas that work well, and then it's a day, 2 days later, a week later, people come up with some other crazy ways that we thought never thought that, okay, that's a perfect use case. Just like that clip, a lot of people want to think about that until they have a problem to solve. So I think I'm hoping to see a lot more people solving problems, being able to have that heat stability. So just overall, real quick, and I'll let you go because I know you got the family over.
Just one quick question to viewers. Because I cannot see the chat now because I'm looking different screen now. So as I mentioned, I want to compare this with the Polylite PLA, PETG, and ASA. What kind of properties you would like me to see tested? I will check the comments in the YouTube version of this video.
So you
can leave there your questions and your requirements. So I will check them, because currently I cannot see the comments for this video. So in this comparison, what is the priority? What would you like me to do in this comparison? Okay, that's all I want to
especially those that already use PETG or ASA for certain applications. Is there something, that you'd like to see them compare it with? Or, obviously, as you guys, if you've not watched his videos, just to hear, he's very, very smart, very technical guy, but knows how to explain it. It's a lot more understandable. I enjoy being on a call with him and Nick, because they're both brilliant minds. And even though I don't understand 80% of it, 20% of it I take away as new knowledge. So, so no, I always appreciated. And anything else you have to say real quick, and I'll let you go, or kind of overall feeling for the filament? Because so far it's been positive.
Yes, definitely, especially the glass fiber version. I got many questions for the Warren parts. If I recommend this, the HT-PLA not for the Warren parts. Even annealed it will shrink or deform, but the glass fiber version is great for this, especially if they anneal it and it will not deform too much during this process.
Awesome.
Cool.
Well,
that's all I want.
Yeah, no. Thank you very much for coming. Like I said, I know you had things going on, so appreciate you being here, and I'm sure we will talk soon. You have a good day.
Thank you for inviting me. Have a nice day.
Yeah.
Bye.
Cool.
Again, make sure to follow him if you're not already. My Tech Fun over on YouTube. Again, just able to make things more understandable and just very technical. So, even if you're already a brilliant mind, there's still much to learn from them. But let me see where we're at here. Pete, do you know how long the oven can will take?
I'm not sure, but I have the. I'm gonna crank the temperature and just send it. And then we'll watch the scientists just fall to pieces. Well, let me get I got to get my temperature in the camera for all the naysayers. I actually have, I have a, right back here, there's a, it is let me see which one, the bottom. So the bottom temperature right here is the probe in the back, and then the top temperature is this probe in the front. So I'd actually drilled holes in this so that I could get proper testing on this stuff. But you wanna turn it on?
Yeah, crank it up.
Let me turn the temperature all the way up on this dude. Hopefully it'll go pretty quick.
Yeah, and then we'll have you tell you what material is each scientist. After this test, we will do another giveaway. So type in "I am awesome," and then after that, we're gonna get our next guest on here to see what they think about it and what I've seen some Twitter posts of what they plan on it, and I'm interested in seeing maybe some more in-depth details of what he might be printing. So, but I'll let you take it over. What are the scientists?
So these scientists, I actually I don't normally use this oven, but I brought this oven home from the office just because it's super light and quick and easy. The reason why I don't normally use this oven is because you can see the fan in the back, and that the center scientist right here is HT-PLA. So that thing is going to get murdered by this fan. So just FYI. But the from left to right, the teal one is standard PLA. The green one is PET G. The center one is HT-PLA. The red one is ABS, and then the clear one on the end is PC. So this is it's the same testing on our other videos. I put it on 230C. So we're just gonna take these things to we're gonna pour some heat to them and see which ones die
Pete has
first.
done many of these tests. He's had different ovens. He's ruined some miniature ovens, but you guys have probably seen, of course, in the marketing. There's been a lot of these videos. It's always a joy seeing them, especially how certain ones, not just the speed that they start collapsing, but in the fashion and the gracefulness that they collapse. It's a lot more fun, I guess, in time lapse, but hopefully we'll be able to cook these guys pretty quick and see what happens here.
I probably should have put them closer together because I'm not sure how well this fan is going to be distributed between the 5 different spread out materials. Because normally whenever I was doing the testing in this oven, I had them all grouped up pretty close together. So
and you now have a better oven, right? It's just a very heavy oven.
Yeah. So if things go awry, we're doing it live. I mean, I can't control what goes on in that oven now. I already started it. But
what happens,
we'll
happens.
see.
So what is everybody's guesses for which scientist is going to collapse first? And we'll just go by color in case you don't remember what they are: teal, green, white, red, and clear. And there's PLA, PET G, HT-PLA, ABS, and PC. Red scientist goes first.
Anyone that doesn't believe this is live, I'll turn my camera. It's sitting right here. So it's actually heating up very quickly.
100 degrees.
A lot quicker than I
already.
Let's see, how are we doing?
That's Celsius, correct? Just in case
Celsius.
Want to know. Yes.
Celsius. Yep, this is Celsius. no longer a doubter. Yeah, it's
Creator
heating up
42
pretty
says
quick in there.
PLA, PETG, ABS, HT-PLA, then PC.
Yes, that's correct.
So again, this isn't like an official test. This is just we kind of want them. We want to cook these guys on stream so you guys can see it. Like I said, this is the most convenient oven to bring into his work area rather than the other one
Yeah.
is quite large and heavy.
So this is the better official testing. These are at 150 C.
Oh no, we're getting a failure.
Oh yeah, we're
No.
already getting a failure. Oh, there goes the PLA. Oh, is it going to touch the wall and get
Oh,
melted
he's gonna
into my
melt
oven?
against the wall.
Oh
yeah.
no, I'm gonna have to clean the oven up now because that plastic is gonna. Well, there goes
Yeah, you have
the
dinner to make
PLA.
tonight, right?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Number two's
What's-
going.
Uh-oh, there
Green.
goes the PET G.
He's starting to get
There
that
goes the PET G.
that Michael Jackson lean.
Yeah. There goes the PET G.
Down he goes.
So, in a perfect world, I don't, like I said, I don't know how brutal that fan is on the HT-PLA being right in front of the fan, but oh, there goes the, yep. Okay, so yeah, it is
right.
going good. So the
Yeah,
the ABS is the red
easy.
one. ABS is red, and then PC is clear, and then HT-PLA is in the middle.
My screen's over here,
What
so if
are
everybody's
we at?
wondering why I'm over here watching.
What
I'm
are
watching
we
like,
at now?
PC. PC's
Oh,
a failing.
PC. Look at that.
See you later, buddy.
PLA. Oh man. And then what are we at now? We're at high 150s.
160. Yep.
So just look how long. We'll just take the HT-PLA to failure. That way somebody doesn't think that this is like steel or something.
Just
in there.
concrete. They branded it in
We'll
ceramic.
We'll just take it until it dies. So this
PC
is where you're going to really
out
see.
the other way.
This is where you're going to really see, because there's actually, it should be a pretty long gap between the other materials and this one before it starts failing. This stuff is pretty insane. Because like you can't even see it shape shifting. It's just stable.
So one of the first, I don't know if it was the first video you did or not, but I want to tell them what did we witness on the time lapse of like how it kind of got big and then failed.
Oh yeah. So the standard PLA, it shifts around and then stiffens up, and it'll actually stretch, and it'll stretch and get taller and skinnier. Because the standard PLA is not stable at high temperatures at all. It'll deform very quickly, and then in super weird areas too. Because like I mentioned, I printed a ton of these little Wolverines by Wexter, and I actually took them to like 200 C. And the one that failed, which was the standard PLA.
There he goes.
Oh, there it goes. What are we at? 190, 190 C before this one. And that.
Yep.
And so just to reiterate, this is with a fan on. This is not just regular old plain Jane temperatures. This is hot air circulating over these materials.
Forcing the hot air to
so I'm going to go ahead and turn this off.
Yeah, before it really stinks in there. So that's a really cool live experiment. As he said, that's the proof is in the pudding. So you can see what it does, how it holds up. And again, there's a lot of different things. So that doesn't mean that, hey, under every single circumstance, this form is going to hold up that way with that temperature. But in standing form, as you've seen these scientists here, I mean, quite a bit more, not just higher heat, but also time. It lasted, outlasted the PC, PETG, ABS, and PLA. So definitely a very, very amazing formula that they were able to come up with on it. But yeah, so real quick, again, any questions you guys have? I know I've seen a few questions kind of straggling in. We will do a Q&A. So it's a lot of chat going, so it's hard for us to keep track. So we'll do a Q&A at the end. But real quick, we're going to go to a drawing, and then we're going to bring on our next guest that is patiently waiting, thankfully. So let's get this giveaway. And again, I'll stress, Woodcat71 already won. So in 5 seconds, we're going to draw in 5, 4,
Oh, while you're doing that, I see a few comments. I see one that says, so does this mean that it's going to be harder to print? This stuff prints just like regular PLA.
Easy.
It's very, very easy. You can use any generic PLA print profiles, except you can print faster. You can print the standard HT-PLA up to 300 millimeters a second, no problem. And then the HT-PLA GF up to 350 with no problem. And Palm XZZ, congratulations on
Yeah.
winning.
Congratulations. Get yourself a spool of HT-PLA or HT-PLA GF. Or if that's not your thing, you can get anything you want, up to $35 value. Just make sure to email me at joel.finn@polymaker.com or message me over on Discord at discord.polymaker.com. Polymaker Joel, as you see here, it's top of the list. You can see it on the side. But let's go ahead and take that off here. And we're going to go now to start meeting some more guests, some more testimonials. Little flag thing, 150. Yep. So the first guest we have, some of us, myself included, kind of grew up with. You'll recognize them from various shows and also internet across the board for different many things, including Maker Deck. I'm trying to talk him up because I can see his screen. Please welcome in Chris Perillo.
And a Mr. Skull. Hey, Joel. Hey, Pete.
How's it going?
Thanks for coming.
Oh, absolutely. Anytime. It's easy to do. I would say.
There you go.
Let me actually be the one to say thank you because this is what I love about Polymaker. I am able to, and as you know from the shows that you do, I'm able to produce Star Wars action figures.
Amazing little figures.
Dude, like it's your colors. That's the thing. If you're going to ask, what do I like about the new line? It's the colors. It's always the colors because I'm looking for something that is like as true to the character or the figure as I could possibly get. And so, yeah, I've got 3 more now getting ready to be sent over to y'all. I don't know what your collection is up to for your shows, but
I have to do a count because we've got a lot. So it actually it now travels inside our scientist display box. So it's
which is
a little
great.
bit safer that way. Yep.
So
awesome.
Yeah, these are 3 new ones that are in the queue. I slowed down because I've been having problems with my AMS on my X1 Carbon, and I'm actually in the process of getting a new AMS. But this is one of the things that I've printed with the white that the HT-PLA, and the thing that is remarkable to me is the fact that it can withstand high temperatures. So I can set this outside, and well, hopefully no one takes it, but like, I won't have to worry about it in the heat.
We haven't figured out the formula to make it not stealable.
Well, if I put like if I print a tracker in there, like it may be.
Oh, there you go. Just embed an air tag.
That would make a really cool door knocker because it's definitely going to withstand the heat.
It would for sure. The thing that's most remarkable to me, of course, is not that tolerance. It's actually the feel. Like it just, it feels smoother.
It does.
Am I right? Is it just me?
That you think it feels what?
It's smooth. It's smoother. It's a different
like a
it's nice and feel. Nice and clean feel.
Yeah. Very clean. And I think that's it was remarkable. I mean, and again, I'm the type of person. I'm the literal opposite of your last guest, right? I am technical, but not like overly. I don't dial things in. I'm like, okay, let me just put it in there. What happens? It's great. So the fact that I was able to stick it in and it printed without dials and knobs and adjustments, to me was rather outstanding. So it's kind of dummy proof in that sense.
There you go.
And especially at that place.
Now with the skull, of course, like you said, it's a cool model and everything. Any thoughts of large skulls and how people have the 2 lines at the beginning of their driveway on each side? Maybe just do 2 big skulls.
I would love to do that. HOA might get mad at me. So
that's fair.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull that off.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's the thing that I always get excited about is seriously when I see a new color that comes down the pike, even just a small minor difference, like in a hue, can make all the difference. Like I said, in a character, I was looking for the right yellow, I was looking for the right periwinkle, right, and you had it. So that's what I always get excited about. So I'm excited to try that. You've got a new yellow, a new blue, red, and I'm like, just the
once we get more, we have a whole other shipment coming in. How soon this stuff will sell out? I think some of it has, but there's the yellow is my favorite yellow so far. And there's actually two yellows because we have the power tool yellow. So you got the power tool
Right.
yellow.
Yeah.
Different, a little bit more
Yeah.
orange, I guess, to it. But
Which
yeah,
it's seriously, that's a yellow that I've needed.
Yeah.
Like,
Yep.
So
so
the colors on this entire line are all brand new, other than Polymaker Teal. That's the only one that's color matched with the rest
Two
of
of
our
the
existing
others.
colors.
no,
This whole entire HT-PLA and HT-PLA GF are colors from scratch. So yeah, they're all brand new
The
colors.
New green. Yeah.
yeah. See,
Nice. And yeah, they're all good pop colors. I mean, they look.
Yeah. They're
look
nice,
good,
strong
vibrant.
colors.
well, because and everyone prints for different reasons, practical, playful, etc. But like, I am very intentional with most everything that I happen to make. Very intentional. Like I enjoy doing it and I enjoy the process, and I always want to print something that I'm going to be proud of. And so again, coming back to having colors that work.
Yep.
So I'm very, very, very intentional, and so it's always good to see the color line kind of expanding.
Awesome. Yeah, and obviously, I always say, and I'll say many times on this stream, is the product train doesn't stop. Whether it be new colors, new formula, always stuff. We got to keep Pete employed. To feed his kids that he doesn't have. So we've got to give him work to do.
I found this out from someone. It was last year. Jeep owners have ducks in their car, right? And I met someone in real life, believe it or not. Not on a computer screen.
We go outside at times,
and I know we do. I might melt in the heat before this does, but trust me. So. And and she asked, could you print a duck for me? I'm like, well, I don't really have the material for it. Well, now I could. Now I wouldn't worry about it so much.
The Jeep ducks was actually one of my marketing plans for this material, because we actually have a short, like 15-second ad that we've I printed ducks from somebody off Maker World. But anyways, I printed it in standard PLA and HT-PLA, and then we did put them on the dash of car. And then you'll probably see the ad on Facebook or Google or YouTube or whatever, or wherever they put the ads. But yeah, we do have the Jeep ducks, and then you can see the regular PLA looking pretty sad, sitting on a dash, and then HT-PLA just holding strong. So yeah, Jeep ducks are definitely going to be a thing.
It's going to fuel a new wave of ducks. That's my prediction. Especially that yellow. I think the yellow would work well for that duck.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, the yellow. Yellow, orange, black, and white is what I did the Jeep ducks out of.
Which honestly, I think the power tool yellow might even be. I think both of them great for ducks, but I think because the ducks I see a lot have a little bit more orange tint to them. But either way, either one I think would be amazing for it.
So now, Joel, you said some people grew up with me. What did you mean by that?
You got a tech TV? Come on,
okay.
Screensavers.
Sure. Okay, I was just curious because I just watched a documentary about Paul Rubens, Pee Wee Herman, right? And I'm watching it, and he's talking about like Captain Kangaroo and the Soupy Sales, and all these personalities, and I grew up with Pee Wee Herman, right? So like it's funny to me that I sit maybe not in the same way in nostalgia, but sit kind of in the echelon of like being on a television screen for some people growing up.
Honestly, because I mean that's I've never been huge. I don't watch a whole lot of shows. I'll get into some here and there, but with Tech TV, I was watching all the stuff. Screensaver that was my jam. So yeah, no, I mean
oh my God,
I grew up watching every episode, and then when it went away, it's like, no, why? And I think there was an attempt to bring it back, and it's never the same.
It's never the same. But yeah, it's we would have been. I have zero doubt I would have been fiddling with 3D printing back then. Had the technology been where it is today.
Oh, for sure.
Easily, like, because I'm not typical. I'm not a gearhead. I have two printers basically. And that's it.
Well, I do have to ask
rabbit hole like the rest of us did.
I do have to ask you, since we don't, I opted out on the resealable bag for these because nobody uses the resealable bag. So, are you a bag stabber?
No, not really. I don't really use
So
the
you
bag.
just tear it open.
Just
Yeah,
tear it open and-
I tear it open. I guess I'm standard that way.
So
you
he's
know,
not an
very
animal.
basic. Yeah, I don't have a filament dryer at this point. I haven't necessarily had too
You
much.
don't have a filament dryer?
Even being up here in Seattle, I don't.
Do you know somebody that might be able to get you one?
Maybe.
I think we might have to get you set up. If you don't have one, we need to get you the right one.
You know, I've never. I think I've only run into an issue maybe once or twice that I thought
Like
well,
really sensitive stuff. Yeah, I'm the same.
so-
Like in Ohio, we have humid days, and there's humidity is not too bad in my basement, but I have everything. I don't ever reseal it. I put them in boxes for inventory purposes, but
right. Yeah,
yeah,
I learned early on. I'm like, I can't. I mean, I could reseal, but I'm like, but what's the point? Like, I get it,
yeah,
and it's smart, but like, in terms of where I am, for me,
it hasn't caused a problem for you thus far. So yeah, why change the method?
Not anything major apart from like onesie, twosie, and then I have thought, I'm like, do I need to? I'm like, I'm one of those people. Do I need this? Is this something that now you ask me if a filament color, I'm like, yeah, I need it. I need
I know
colors.
those for sure.
But in terms of management, I don't have anything. There's nothing fancy behind me. No racks of anything. So I mean, apart from Star Wars stuff, but that's me being on brand there.
There you go. So real quick too, and before we let you go, is where can people find you? And what are you working on? I know I've seen a handful of things you've shared with me that are great.
Yeah. So I'm sharing that if you want to pull it up. Yeah.
Yep.
So I've been vibe coding and sharing some of that code over on MakerDeck, the 24/7 channel over on Twitch, and this is over on Perilla. You can. I don't know. Someone can pop the link into the chat, or I can paste it in there in a second. But
let's get on it.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Liz. Speaking of MakerDeck, executive producer there. So it's a web-based game. You can go in, you could load an STL, any STL, or load the default.
Nice.
So great. Yeah.
This is all done in CSS, JavaScript, and HTML. It was vibe coded on Google Gemini, a free AI tool. And yeah, I can crash into nozzles. You know how long it took me to get I did not tweak any code manually here. No graphics.
Everything
this is
all
all CSS. Prompt. Yeah, all from prompting, and it took maybe about a day or so to get perfected. The nozzles were probably the hardest part to get just right, but it's a Flappy Bird clone. Yeah. And I'm planning on doing a few other things, kind of MakerDeck or 3D printing themed. I've got them in my head, like what I'd like to do. It's really fun to load your own STL model in here and then see it flapping around.
You can use your own STL.
Yes. So you can load an STL.
Wow, that's cool.
One on the desktop right now that I can drag in. But yeah, you can load one in. And then another one, you could also upload an STL file or just run the demo model. And then what you can do is zoom in and go around the model, see it flying in space, change the colors, the animation frequency. It's just kind of a fun thing. And then you could take a screen capture of it and save it out. So if you wanted to demonstrate like a model like that had not or yet been printed, you could. It rotates on its own in space. There it goes. But yeah, so this is another thing I decided to call this. This is also, again, vibe coded, prompted, made with AI. This is the STL, the space-time luminarium. For those, I've been coding. I've been developing code thanks to AI, making code and having fun with it.
Yeah,
cool. I always enjoy when you share it, and the next one's like, okay, no, but it's so relatable too with us.
I did hang on. So I did the touch grass simulator. Someone told me to touch grass the other day. So if anybody who's not in the 3D print, touch grass, you can digitally.
Yeah, there you go.
And
you can for free.
The length, you can change the touch area. This was all vibe coded, all made in AI. And it doesn't take that long at all.
Never have to go outside again.
That's the thing, because I'll never have to go outside again. But everything that I've done has been vibe coded, from an ASCII art maker to all the way down the line. Like everything. Like I'm just going nuts with developing using Google Gemini. Everything was Google Gemini. Everything. So yeah, it's incredible what I've been up to, what I've been playing with. So it's very nice to be able to print and play.
There you go. Yep. No, awesome stuff. But yeah, thank you for sharing. Go check him out. He's on Twitch himself. MakerDeck, of course, is on Twitch.
Scan the QR code.
There you go. Scan the QR code. Exactly.
Scan it.
So no, I appreciate you coming on. We're gonna get the next
No, I
guest on
appreciate
here.
y'all.
and-
I really genuinely do. I can't say that enough, and I'm glad that the figures do well at the shows.
Oh, people absolutely love them. Like I said, eventually there's gonna be a cool little diorama set up when we have more time, but it's harder the more and more there are. So, but no,
Sorry.
keep on sending them. We'll keep on displaying them. Thanks again, and we'll talk
Cheers.
to you soon.
Cool. See ya.
Yeah. Okay, next up, who do we have on the line? We have somebody that's familiar. I can't remember her name. How do you pronounce this? Do you know, Pete?
I can't see who's on the backstage.
Oh, that's right. Shoot, look at the schedule. We have a schedule. We're only slightly behind. But for those that are waiting in suspense, please welcome in Pezliz.
It's me.
Oh, looky,
It's
Oh,
me.
it's me. It's
Did I
me.
pronounce that right? Pezliz, right?
Yeah, Pezliz. Yeah, your daughter
Yeah.
made me a bracelet, so I remember my name.
There you go.
For those days.
I'll make sure she brings you one with her name next time. Merch
Yes,
coming
exactly.
up.
Yeah.
But of course, so you got some filament. We didn't get all of it to you yet, but you got some that you've played with. What has been your experience with it so far?
Well, Pete did prepare me for the non-resealable bags. I was ready. So I did some stabbing on stream, which pleased many people. But look, I have a whole bunch of things I printed. Oh, look, in a resealable bag. Imagine using the resealable bag to store things, and then guess what? This I'll probably bring with me to the next event,
Hey,
and it might even end up on the Polymaker table.
The
Anyway.
plus side is
many-
you've had enough filament that you have many bags now.
Exactly.
We got
That
it. What's that?
I have stocked up for sure. But yeah,
I did
I'm
many
having
polls on that before
Yeah.
I made the decision.
and you prepared me. You are a good friend. So yeah, I've been printing a whole bunch of things with this filament. The first thing that occurred to me is flower pots. So I did a whole bunch of, because of course, no matter where you live, the sun's, if you want something outside, the sun's going to hit it. So whether you anneal it or the sun anneals it, you're going to have, really good gifts to give to people and share with people. So these are all James the Printer pots. I really like his because they have drainage and they do have there's bottoms for these too. So these are really great. And of course, we've got the fire and the ice right here. Absolutely gorgeous filaments. Then this one is the tropical and the rainbow. And I saw there were some questions in chat. Yes, this filament does play well with other PLAs. So
Yep.
this is
It is a PLA. 100%.
I am the color swap queen. So I did one of my butterflies, and it started out with the tropical, then just a regular lime PLA, the silk Pesriwinkle, and then neon. It was just what I had in my AMS, but there's no separation. That it goes the same with Poly Smooth actually, but there's no separation there. So I've had a lot of fun printing all kinds of things, but of course, if anyone watches my streams, I usually have some sort of headwear. So I did do an ice
Nice.
princess
It's
crown,
almost
and then
like the Panchroma logo.
yeah, exactly. It does. It does. It does. And then of course I have a little fire crown.
Yeah, the fire. That's my favorite.
It's absolutely gorgeous. So I love that. And then yeah, these are going to be part of an outdoor experiment. We have a community garden, and I tend to put 3D prints in there. Sometimes they stay, sometimes they go away. But I did a whole bunch of really cool prints by Dave Makes Stuff, who we actually met for the first time at Rocky Mountain. And so he's got all these really cool mushrooms. So I played around and did a whole bunch
I've
of
seen your prints on those. Those look really, really,
Yeah.
really cool.
And this is the HT-PLA GF. So I thought that would be fun. So this is interconnecting coral. So it's gonna be really cool. I'm gonna make this whole little like fairy garden sort of experience outside. So I'll be taking pictures, and we'll see if people decide to run off with it or not. But it's
Have
all,
you printed?
all for science.
Have you printed yet with the forbidden colors?
I guess I have, of course.
Let's show them off so that people know they exist.
Well, I only have one of the forbidden colors. Remember, I was supposed to receive
For now.
For now. So, my dad worked in a hardware store, and of course, whatever tool went on sale, he got more of a discount. So we had all kinds of different tools because I think when Joel messaged me, he's like, "What power tools do you have?" I'm like, "I have this one, you know, I have every brand."
All
My
of
dad
them.
was good at sales, but my favorite was Makita. So of course the power tool teal is absolutely gorgeous, and I thought, what am I going to print in the Makita? I did some rugged drawers from K2 Kevin, and then I also did bamboo tools. Why not print your bamboo tools in your favorite tool color, right? So I did some bamboo tools.
Just so everyone is aware really quickly, the reason why we didn't launch those colors is because we had a few potential quality issues. So rather than them get in your hands, the majority of them printed fine. Any organic material print or any organic shape prints fine. But there were some. I'm trying to find my blue trophy. But
yeah, it's funny. I have zero problems.
Yeah. So most of them didn't have problems, but we did not want to take a chance on quality because we don't want your first experience to be an inconsistent color. Some of them, it depends on like your layer time on some of them, but that's the reason why the first ones didn't launch. We don't want bad stuff in your hands on your first experience. So nothing but the best quality going out.
Nothing but the best quality from Polymaker Pete, that's for sure. But I do have a question. When are we going to get purple, periwinkle? Like where are the other colors?
I'm adding more colors to my to-do list, and no promises on how soon they will show up, but I have been told to go ahead and start looking at adding more colors.
Yeah, because think about this. A gradient that starts out with purple, goes to periwinkle, goes to blue, maybe even have some pink in there. Beautiful colors. I'm already I had my first question in Women in 3D Printing Facebook group about how do you prevent your prints from melting in the heat? So I linked them right away. I was
right here.
You want this. You want this. I really like the satin finish on this too. I really like the finish. And I'm really excited. Of course, I also printed all kinds of stuff, including Wexter's. I had to do Wexter's dragon. Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, you did yours. Yeah, you did
the Emberon.
Yeah, the Emberon, and then this is the Firestone. Absolutely gorgeous. So
everybody that looks at me thinks that I'm going to be obsessed with Wexter because of I print all of his models constantly.
You aren't? It's actually how Pete and I met through Wexter's Discord, and then Pete found out about Polymaker through us talking about it all the time. So me talking about it all the time. So it's pretty awesome. It's all we can thank Wexter for that, right?
So what is your favorite color out of all these
so far?
The Makita.
Definitely the Makita. I really like the.
Power Tool Teal.
Power Tool Teal.
Yeah.
I really I also like the Power Tool Green. This is in the regular colors. This is one of my the lime kind of colors. But I also really like, this is from James the Printer, just released. I love the ice. It's so gorgeous, and I know it's sold out right now. So people are going to be asking when can we expect restock?
On its way.
Not right away. It is on its way, but it's on the slow boat. So
okay. But this is absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, if you had a chance to get your hands on this, it's absolutely gorgeous.
And I'll try to get close to the camera. So, of course, I'm a Ryobi guy. And this power tool, what we call power tool green? It's really close to the Ryobi color. It's crazy. Very, very, as you see that. But it's
I'm really excited about that. I think that's gonna be fun for people. And I think what we're going to do is all the Allen keys I have, I'm going to do it so there's lots of files where you can put the handle on your Allen keys. Yeah. So I'm going to do all the handles, and I'll do it in either one of these colors, because then it's obviously it stands out too. Yeah. And then of course it looks like the tool. But awesome colors. I think the other thing that's really great about this, and maybe not a lot of people realize, the price point on this filament is so good compared to other HT-PLAs. It is really accessible and really affordable. And I think that's a lot of people I have tons of filament. I'm used to having, but I also know that, you know, filament is an investment. And for some people, like one spool a month is what they can afford. And this is really good quality, and also a really good.
A lot of the comments leading up, a lot of the comments leading up to the launch were people saying, "I don't know what it's going to be, but it's going to be too expensive."
Yeah.
Surprise! It's not too expensive.
Yeah.
It's actually very fair pricing on its capabilities.
Yeah, and remember, buy from the Polymaker website. Everyone say, "Oh, Amazon, Amazon." Polymaker website if you're in the US or Canada. And of course, if you've never used the code, maybe I'll get in trouble. Use Polymaker first try if you've never used the code.
No,
you can actually use the code.
And I always stress on that too, is even if it's not your first try, if it's your second, your 10th order, if you've never used the code,
it's your first try of glass fiber.
You can use that code one time. So get that in there, or just, you know, watch our shows, watch our streams, watch our partner streams. Liz gives away stuff. Now, a lot of people give away some filament. So many ways to win. So go enter all those giveaways you can. Go watch those streams, show the support either way. But in return, you might win some filament and get it while, you know, some of it's still in stock.
Yeah, and the pro tip, of course, if anyone's having like a birthday celebration or anything like that, there might be some form of Polymaker partner. There could be discounts too. You know, there's all sorts of opportunities. But yeah, I'm just really excited. I'm going to try this weekend. I'm going to try some annealing. So especially this is Gridfinity enabled. So it's really important that your Gridfinity parts fit. So then you don't have things fall over and drawers fall out and things. So I'm going to do some testing like that. But
so the dimensional accuracy, that has a very minute change. So yeah, no, good.
Yeah,
well,
I'm really excited.
So you'll let everybody know on your stream, you know, whether it be a normal stream or the end printing color on Wednesday. So
and
any last words of the filament, or what you're doing and where they can find you?
Yeah, I'm twitch.tv/Pezliz. I'm also Pezliz on YouTube. I've started to publish some videos on YouTube. Gonna try to get into the beat of doing some short form content too, so we'll see.
There you go.
But mostly live, and I'm live. I think it's like Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So anyway, twitch.tv/Pezliz.
And some random ones in between there too.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
It's like to have fun. So.
Yeah, and I'll be at the next event, the Midwest Rep Festival. I'm going to be doing a whole imprinting color section. This is my experiment with just showcasing what I do. So, and I always feature designers. I like to talk about who the designers are. We get to know them too. So just like Pete and I got to know each other through Wexter. So yeah, we have lots of fun.
It's fun, the connections we make and how we make them, for sure.
Absolutely. So thank you. And yeah, everybody make sure you grab some of this stuff. And if you have questions, go into the Polymaker Discord. That's the best place to get answers. I mean, you can ask today.
Scouring that thing daily. So.
But there are people answering in the Discord. So discord.polymaker.com. And of course, on my stream, if you want me to try something out, like people did immediately ask, how does it work for color swaps? I tried right away. I can always answer those types of questions.
Yeah. So another part of my testing, this was Wexter yet again, but I wanted to make sure that the HT-PLA, which is the blue, and this is Polyterra, one of the first things I wanted to make sure was that our material does fuse to other PLAs. And I actually printed, I don't have it on me, but I printed Polylite PLA, HT-PLA, Polyterra PLA, and then HT-PLA GF all on top of each other. And I folded them. I just basically did some long rectangles, and I folded them like a deck of cards to make sure that there was no delamination. All of them are perfectly fused to each other. All of our PLAs work together very well.
It's really nice to be able to do that, because, you know, sometimes you've got things in your AMS and you're just like, okay, I just want to get,
I want to just be able to throw it together.
Good job, OBS. Oh, thank you for following, new person. I will take that off.
Also
good. There we go. There's a good sign for me to head out soon, right?
Yep, there you go. But yeah,
just make it awkward.
Sure to go follow.
Doing it live. Yeah. Thank you for following. I'm very close to 3,000 followers. So if you want to be 3,000th follower, maybe Joel will let me give a spool of Polymaker filament to the 3,000th follower.
I've been known to allow people to give filament away. Just one or two filament spools. But no, thank you for coming on, sharing your experience. I'm going to go, and we're going to get the next guest on here. So I will talk to you soon. See you soon.
See you soon. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, we're only a little bit behind, so I'm going to speed this up. We got the next guest, and it's a toss-up.
You
We're
may-
in the time zone. What's that?
May have heard his name or their name a few times.
Okay, I scrolled down. Okay, I didn't see it on there. So let's welcome in none other than Wexter.
Hey everyone.
So this is the face behind the name that you've heard, and that I think is the majority models throughout Pete's home. I've been there. I've seen it. There are a lot. So how's it going? So real quick, if for some reason somebody watching doesn't know who you are, can you introduce yourself and then just kind of give us your experience with the filament, because you've printed some awesome things also.
Hey everyone. My name is Vedran. People know me as Vexter, and I'm just some random dude from Croatia who does 3D models, and that's more or less it. I had the chance to try some stuff, and I also made 2 models to present filament,
so good.
and of course, because a lot of people make fun of me because once I set my shed on fire, so they say that I really like fire, and I mean I am drawn to it for some reason, so I decided to make 2 models that are kind of fire related.
Well, that's a mix of beautiful filament with a beautiful model on both aspects. So it's yeah, great model.
That gradient is absolutely beautiful, and the matte finish on this filament, it's really great. I like, as someone who sculpts stuff, I like that whatever I print with someone's filament represents what I did properly. So all the details are transferred and all that, and this stuff is doing a really great job so far.
Yeah, no, the first time I seen Pete print that one, the Emberon, was like, I mean, that's I'm sure it's I can't speak for you, but I'm sure when you're envisioning the model is, hey, the face, the hair is, the fire looks like actual fire, and did it meet all expectations on the fire gradient and just had that effect that you got?
I was kind of nervous because Pete showed me what should I expect from filament, and then I got the package and I started unpacking, and all the colors were like regular normal colors, and I was like, this fire needs to be inside or I'm gonna lose it. Like I prepared everything mentally for that one. So yeah, like when I've seen filament and I've seen like what color combination I have, I was like, okay, I need to go with these 2. They just look perfect.
Yeah, I've already seen multiple people print that too with the gradient fire, and every single one is amazing.
This one
Daddy
is
you actually did one, yeah.
I printed and I used in the lightning infill, and I was like, hey, I could just remove the bottom side and I can do this.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that print, I was the first thing that came to mind was just torches, whether it be for a prop like on a staff for cosplay or a torch. I was like, okay, that has to be done. I'm waiting for somebody wants to model out. I mean, maybe there's something out there. What do they call a sconch? Is that what they're called? I think like the torches that people back in the day had on their walls.
I have no
take it off the wall and
Croatia, so.
I don't think it's a U.S. thing, but I think it's called a sconch. But I could be completely wrong. A torch that hangs on the wall that you can take and walk around the house with.
I kind of feel bad because I didn't test this film properly, but outside, because we kind of had the bad weather. Only now it's getting hotter, and but I really like the now it's like a new level. Now I can think about so many things. For example, today I wanted to get a new chlorine dispenser that should be outside, and usually all of my filaments would melt outside, but now I can actually print one that I can use outside, and it's like I don't have to be afraid to leave stuff in the car anymore. It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, no, I think the outdoor aspect is that's I've teased for many years, and I've teased my wife is we have a large front yard, and like it's just it's open in the middle. Like I tease her all the time. I'm gonna print something, some like statue, whether it be ridiculous, cool, funny, whatever. And it's like, okay, well now we got the. I mean, I could have done an ASA, PETG, but of course PLA with the colors, be able to do a full multicolor thing, and we'll see what my mind comes up with that.
Yeah,
I'm
I
interested
need to
to see
start
what
making
everybody else
some
does, too.
weird gnomes for my backyard.
Yes.
Something creepy, just like in the grass.
Maybe the next series of models, just your own special
Maybe
take on
we'll see.
gnomes. You just throw a gnome hat on every single one of the mini dudes.
Yeah. We
But
do
yeah,
have
so
the
over,
army green. The army green is could be a creepy color.
and that's I think that one's coming, right? That one was one
Yep.
of the ones that were So for those that want to see, that's going to be the army green. I don't know how well that's coming in.
Oh,
'cause I
nice.
can't see the screen, but yeah, so
Yeah, very cool
looks
color.
good. And
I know at least one
that's
person who
only
will
the GF,
absolutely
right?
love that one.
Army-
The GF, yes.
Only GF. Yep. I think I'm well. No, I didn't print some of them. I think I got 5 more colors still, but yeah. So it's overall you've been impressed. Like, let's go with the printability part. Have you had any printing issues, clogs, or otherwise?
No, I didn't had. I mean, technically there was one slight like for those who haven't had the chance to try it. Support is so easy
Yes.
to remove. It's insane. Like you look at it and it just falls apart. And I kind of, because it was a taller print and I didn't use a lot of support, I kind of had a situation, and who knows what was happening. It's slightly peeling off before I got a chance to peel it off on myself. So I was like, it was kind of downer because I really wanted to do it myself.
Yeah, get that satisfaction of this the peel basically.
Yeah, but no, right now I don't have any bad experience. Like
Awesome.
I
Always good to
always
hear.
try to print. Well, for me it's important because like I know that new people who are just starting with 3D printing are coming every day, and if they grab my models, I want to be sure that they can print them, with default settings, basic settings, and basically whenever I test my models, I go like that. I just use default settings from the slicer, so I can see actual result that probably most of the new people are gonna have. So
Mhm.
I was just using generic PLA for this thing, and that was it. I didn't have to do anything else. So super
Awesome.
super user friendly as a noob filament, and
Just throw it
like
in
I
there
said,
and print
it's a great update because again it has so many cool like I was looking to, how Pete was brutally melting everything.
it. Yeah,
I mean it was awesome.
it's impressive. Like I said, and that's Pete's like, hey, let's do an experiment, and we talked about it and set up. Like, hopefully everything goes, because we didn't really do any testing. Right? We were hoping timing wise it would
No,
work and everything else.
that was my
so
only set of scientists I had on hand.
it worked well, but yeah, no, it's impressive what it does.
I mean,
now
it would be so much cooler if you had Michael Jackson, like Moonwalker.
I have a good
Yeah,
picture of one of
the
them leaning
lean.
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Oh.
Maybe the next marketing test that we'll do and share out to everybody.
I was showing pictures, like my wife was like, "What did you get?" And I was like, "This is a cool one. Like, look what I can do. I can throw it in an oven, and this one is not gonna melt." And she's like, "No, don't."
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, but cool thing is because we use cookie cutters, and because I'm paranoid, I don't want anything to be connected with food for a very long time. So I tell her always just toss it. When you're done,
Put
I'm
another one.
gonna print you in another set next time, and that's it. With this thing, I can just boil it and get rid of all the germs and everything before use for the next time, which
Yeah, sterilize it.
is sterilize, which is cool. I mean, I can test that. I don't know if you guys approve
Yeah,
it or not.
no, food safe. No, we're not saying
Yeah.
that. Use at your own risk. We'll say that.
Uh,
Yeah. So
one of
any like? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Pete.
I was going to say one of the fun things that I was Wexter did not know what material we were developing, so I was showing him
All these
me
prints.
and the R&D department probably printed 30 to 50 of these little Wolverines, testing the meltability and the heat stability and everything. And I would send him pictures like weekly of melted or distorted Wolverines,
What are
just
you doing?
destroyed.
What are you
Yeah,
up to?
what are you doing to my
Stop
box?
it. Yeah. Yeah, so we're getting close on time. So any last thoughts on the filament itself or anything that you're interested in maybe seeing or a suggestion for Pete? And I'll let you go.
Well, I mean, always complain. I really need good filament. Good skin filament. Filament. Sounds good.
Yeah, we knew what you meant.
Yeah, like
skin tones.
I haven't found anything good for like different types of skin. Something that can be kind of translucent also. The like subsurface scattering, so in thinner areas you can shine through and get that effect. I would really like for someone to make that, and I'm looking at you. So
there you go.
Yeah,
Get on it.
yeah.
Pete.
No
The
pressure.
polylite has good potential for that because it has like a translucent-y kind of a
No, yeah,
finish.
I think the yellow does. So yeah,
Yeah.
but no, thank you very much
Okay.
for coming on here.
Thank you, guys.
Main thing is people can find you patreon.com/Wexter. I think that's how Patreon's links work.
Yep.
Or printables.
Oh,
Just Google
printable, yeah.
Wexter and
Just yeah, I say
anywhere.
just Google Wexter as you see on the screen.
Yeah.
So
Sure, he'll be right there.
Thank you for coming on. Thank you for the amazing models.
Thank you.
They are an excellent demonstration of the fire gradient. So we'll look forward to seeing many more coming from you. So have a good day.
Thanks. See you guys.
Yeah.
Okay, real quick, we're gonna bust out. So we're running a little behind because Pete talks too much. That's what we're gonna blame it on. So next up, we're saving the famous person, for the next one. So we're gonna bring in the up and coming famous person.
Oh, the one and only.
The one and only is next. Or the one after this. So please welcome in one of the two parts of Unspooled. Steve, layer by layer. Welcome in.
The one and only.
I don't have any of the cool sound effects and visual
Can
effects.
you hear me at all?
Yes.
Check.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we heard your good sound. Yeah. I just thought that was a computer sound effect.
No, that was me.
No, there you go.
That is a nice chain you got there.
Big Kahuna.
Big
Oh yeah.
Father's Day chain coming.
Tropical.
That's it. This is all gradient tropical. Okay.
Yep.
All gradient tropical. Just good timing. And this is Pete's chain. You know what I mean? With a couple pieces from myself. But this is all gradient tropical, and I timed it so that you get
the layers,
the different colors. Yeah. And so I printed one just to kind of get the color close to almost done, so that I would have the background in green, and then I stopped that one, and then I did another one, and you got the Big Kahuna Father's Day chain coming soon. But yeah, I mean, I think like everyone said, the ability for this filament to just divorce its supports is just crazy. Like this is my model Bubsy, and it can have a ton of supports on it, and I've done some where they've been like just a disaster to kind of like take off. And like, I mean, literally I messaged Pete with a couple of explicatives, and it was like, dude, I was like, dude, what the heck is going on here?
I've seen some of those messages.
It's like, what? Like, why are the supports just coming off? Like, did I do it wrong? What's going on here? And like, and that's been like one of the biggest things. That, and then it was the same thing Perillo said, and I'm saying Perillo like we're friends because he has followed me on a couple social networks. Perillo, Unspooled, baby. Cool. So it feels different, dude. It like has a smooth texture to it, and like I wasn't expecting that, and like it blew my mind. Like the first thing that I printed, and I was like, yo, this feels kind of weird. It doesn't feel the way I thought it was gonna feel. It like has a very like, I guess, satin texture to it, but you still get like you know, the good colors out of it. And like polymaker too. I mean, you know, that's cool. I printed a, you know, polymaker scientist out of it. Turned out amazing. I also did it in also in the, you know, all of this. This is like next level.
Yeah, your tropical scientist might be better than our product tropical scientist.
Yeah, it turned out
good,
dude.
That's a really good transition.
Yeah, dude. It, like I was listen, I went full in. I made a little popsicle because it's tropical. I had the, you know, I'm like, oh, this will make a little cool, you know, popsicle out of it. And it, you know, it's just the colors on it, and it feels like solid. You know what I mean? Like a lot of companies come out with like new stuff, and like it's a little different, and you're like, you don't know how to work with it. This, I literally was printing, I think I said literally like 14 times already, but
literally, you have.
I seriously, literally was printing with this with generals. I just launched it because I was like, you know, how would someone, you know, if they just got it, would print it? And I'm like, I'm not going to tune anything. I'm just going to send it straight to the printer. And like, this was like first try, and it like came out like super smooth. And I was like, okay, all right, well, cool. After that, I you know, I started printing. I did more Bubsies, more chains, and I thought this was pretty cool. I printed it like this, and so, and the transition just happened to hit where the horns are, and it, I mean, it's just, it's a good filament.
Good.
And I kind of wish I've been buying ASA lately, like every chance I get, and I'm kind of pissed off that Pete didn't leak say that he was making something cooler. Yeah, dude. I'm like, what the heck, man? I've been spending bread on this ASA when I could have just been holding on to it.
I think we've seen that across the socials a couple times. People like, I just bought this much of whatever. Like, what the heck?
Yeah.
When I got this box, I was like, and I started printing with it, and I'm like, and I'm reading the, you know, the paperwork for it, and I'm like, oh, this is like, you know, it's like PLA and ASA had a baby. I'm like, okay, this is cool outside of the color part of it. You know, I'm like, I could have just saved my money and bought HT-PLA. And like, I'm sitting here like, this dude knew the whole time.
Well, to be fair, I've been teasing Steve and all of my friends with the filament for a long time, but they never knew what was coming.
Asking little slick questions like, what do you like better? Fire or blah 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 blah. What would you think it is? Like,
suckers. Marketing research at its best.
I just made these models up this morning, like a little vase, just to kind of test it. I haven't got a chance to do this one again, but I printed this one, and I'm pulling another one off that I printed at ludicrous speed, and you won't really be able to tell the difference. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah,
like this one's ludicrous and this one's regular, and like literally they look exactly the same. You know, I'm not sure what ludicrous is set to, but this can print up to 300, you know, millimeters per second.
Yeah, as soon as Daddy Wazzy got his, first thing he did was benchy on ludicrous mode.
Yeah,
and I was like, how's that thing?
Oh yeah,
I wish I knew how fast it printed.
I did one too. I think it's like on the A1. I think it might be like 18 minutes. I like went to pick up my son, and it came back and it was done. And I was like, okay, I wasn't expecting that. I wanted to at least see the last part of it.
No, it prints quick.
It prints quick. It prints quick, man. And like I will say, the one thing I see that this one is a little bit lighter because it's printing, I guess, like a little bit faster. It looks a tad shade lighter, but I mean, it looks amazing, man. And like it feels, when I tell you, it feels like it's super smooth. I like it. Does that make sense?
It's hard to explain because it's okay, well, yeah, my prints, you know, it feels smooth too, but no, it does. It has a different, just like Polyterra has a different feel from Polylite. Sorry, Panchroma has a different feel from Polylite. These have its own feel for sure.
Yeah, dude, it has its own feel, like, and it's, I mean, yeah, Pete, you did a good job, man. I probably messaged him. I'm like a mom. I'm like, Pete, you did such a great job. Like I sent them like probably like 2 or 3 times. Good job. You did such a wonderful job.
I'm so proud of you, little boy.
Hey, come here. Check out my friend Pete. Pete, tell him what you did. You know,
I did this.
Yeah.
I did this.
Oh, I just found another power tool rid. I got prints all over the place. Oh, speaking of which, about I did this. I will say I definitely did this. This was our very first. It's probably blown out on the camera.
The camera doesn't do it justice.
You can.
There's a big difference. It was a washed out red. Like if you see it in person,
it's back there.
Out to vibrant. Yeah, there you go.
Actually, yeah. I can show you a
I
big
don't have
difference.
the old. I don't have the old stuff, so that's just the new. I don't know if that'll
Yeah,
give you
that's-
a better idea.
That's
The
serious.
The
powerful
colors,
red.
the colors are amazing. This was the very first iteration of red, and then I told like R&D department, y'all probably seen Gia earlier. It's like,
Mhm.
nah, we got to go back to the drawing board on some colors.
Yeah,
And then
for
now
real.
you can see the final outcome. So good. All these colors are so nice.
And that's regular red and power tool red for the
Yeah.
darker parts, right?
Yeah.
I
Regular red, power tool red.
gotta get that power tool red, man. Power tool red and like that teal. I can't wait for that power tool teal that come out.
For those that have,
Yeah,
I know
dude.
Bezos showed some, but there you go.
Yeah, it looks so good, dude. That is amazing.
It's a nice color. Even if you don't have the power tool, it's still a nice color.
Yeah. I print a lot of chains. And I like when my dad came to visit last year. I had a chain. He's from Trinidad. I had a Trinidad chain, and he was like, "Is this for me?" And I was like, "I guess so." And it wasn't. And I was like, "I guess so." And he took it, right? And he took it back home. And then like maybe like 2 weeks later, this was summertime. He was like, "Hey, the chain I sent you, he's like, it melted. I put it in the car and it melted." I was like, "Yeah, because I didn't get the chance to tell you that you can't put filament in the car because you stole it from me. So yeah, don't put it in the car again." But now I'm like, shoot, I guess I gotta get the red, the black, and the white and make him a new chain. Father's Day is around the corner. I hope I did send him to watch this. Dad, if you're watching, don't watch anymore for like 10 seconds.
Scroll off.
I'm gonna make him a new Trinidad chain, probably out of the HT-PLA if I could get some, if it comes back in time. So yeah, man, good job again, Pete. You guys did a wonderful job with the filament. I think it's gonna definitely change beginner level, all levels, but I think beginners are gonna love this filament.
Easy to pick it up.
It's easy to pick up, and they won't get the failures that they've had with other stuff because people don't know when they get into 3D printing. Like you can't. There are certain things that you can't do with certain filaments, and it's usually PLA. And you're like, "Oh, I'm gonna make this and put it outside, or put this in my car, or I'm gonna make some ducks," like you said. And and I'm gonna put it on my car, and then you come back on a sunny day, and it's like, a pile of goo or whatever. Jay's goo, plug and J. But yeah, it's a pile of just of mush, and it's soft, and you're like, I don't know what to do. Like, why did this happen? And now they're gonna have the opportunity to get HT-PLA, and then like, and it's just gonna work. It's just gonna work. And honestly, it could potentially replace PLA holistically, and then like it'll just be the fact, it'll just be what PLA is. It'll just be, this is PLA. For the most part, this is what you should use for pretty much anything that you're gonna use it for. Yeah, cool. That's everything. Let me see. Yeah, I did. I'm almost done.
Oh yeah,
I'm unspooling right now. You see that? I'm unspooling right now.
So yeah, follow them over. Do you have an unspooled channel yet?
We have a Discord. I'm dropping I can't do it. If you go to unspooled3d.com, it has all of our socials as well as our last episode. Go
fun
there.
Podcast for those that don't know.
Yeah, it's lightweight. It's me and Moji 3D. I met him last year at 3D Printopia. We hit it off. He messaged me like less than a month ago and was like, "Hey, you want to do a podcast?" I was like, "Absolutely," because if I wait for me to do it, I'm never gonna do it. I was like, at least I have someone else doing it with me, and it's been fun. We've been having a blast. We've been getting people lined up to be on the show, and we've been lucky enough that we've reached out to a few people and they've said, I'll come on. So it's like for us, they're like superstars. To them, they're like, they don't even know. They're like, wait, what?
Oh yeah.
I'm like, yeah. Dude, like I said, Perillo, I watched him when I was younger. Granted, he's like our age. I say when I was younger, he was younger too. And like, I was just like, I had him on my list, and like me and Moji were talking. I'm like, yeah, dude. I'm like, I was like, excuse me, I might have to get a new co-host because Perillo just followed me on like TikTok or something.
You're famous
like,
now.
I'm famous now, bro. But yeah, Yeah, unspooled3d.com. It's light, it's fun.
There
You know,
go.
eventually we'll probably
Definitely
get these
go give it a
these
check
two
out. Yeah, it's fun to
knuckleheads on
watch.
there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
We
not, I'm
actually
not,
we already
I'm
had
not gonna
Pete
go
on
in front
there.
of the camera.
Yep.
That's
We had
I was
Pete
on
on
there.
there.
I was on
Yeah.
there.
Pete was on there.
Yeah,
We
for the launch.
gotta get this guy
Yeah, there
out
you
here.
go.
This guy gets
Hey,
started.
but I'm gonna let you go because we're running behind
Yeah.
here. Thanks as always
Yep.
for coming on here and letting us know what you feel about it. Keep printing those
For
awesome
Pete.
things,
Pew,
and we'll see you
pew.
soon. See ya. Okay, real quick. Next guest. The next guest is none other than the one, the only Danny from Neokoi Prince. Welcome in, Danny.
Yay!
Woo!
What's up?
Yeah.
How goes it?
Famous
This is what
Danny,
we've all been
Hollywood
waiting
Danny.
for.
How did I get the headliner spot? You've had so many talented creators. Like, how did I get this spot? How you guys doing today?
So we'll kind of cut to the chase because we'll be behind. We do have some patient people. Thank you for waiting in the backstage.
Yeah.
What has been your experience? I've seen some pictures, some really cool pictures. I'll let you explain what you've printed and kind of tested and what your results have been. There you
So
go.
this is a Hue Forge that I printed. The blue is regular PLA. This is one of them that isn't tested with. This can we get it in its frame? There we go. This is the Hue Forge that I printed with the new high temp PLA. And so when I first got into 3D printing and first got into Hue Forge, the problem is that these prints are very thin and they're very susceptible to heat, right? And with that being said, when I was printing a bunch of stuff for people at work, my boss and other coworkers and stuff. And so I would come home for lunch, grab them off the printer, and then take them to work. Well, one day I left like an entire box of Hue Forges just sitting in the car, and they were very floppy when I got to work. So this was a really cool opportunity for me to test it out, and there was like little to no warping on the high temp PLA. Yeah, which was crazy. So this is actually the one that I had in the car. You can see where I drilled the hole to put it, and there's like no warping. It was kind of insane. And so I think that this is going to be a really great filament for like using the black for a base layer on your Hue Forges to give them more rigidity and to give them more heat resistance, especially like they're a low TD, they're really opaque. So I mean, it's great for a base layer for the Hue Forge community. And other people have said, when are we getting more colors? Because, I would love to just replace a lot of my PLA with this stuff for obvious reasons. No. Because, and where's my purple? Me and Pez, we need some purple, man.
Where's his custom purple? I mean, he's getting to that notoriety where, Hollywood's going to be calling him, and we need to snag him quick for Creator Spool, if that gets to be that level.
Pete, is that what you?
No, you.
No.
You're Hollywood famous.
I don't know about that. Well, another thing that I tested was I torched it. This is not a flame retardant filament by any means. I want to make that very clear. But the first thing that I wanted to try was torching it, and like barely. I mean, barely any
and
kind
a torch
of like
is direct hot
torch.
heat too.
Yeah, directly to it just to see what the limits were, and it handled it really freaking well, especially for it being a PLA. So it's been a really nice filament to work with. You don't have all the drawbacks of ASA, ABS with the fumes and all that stuff. You don't have to have an enclosed printer like everybody else has said. Super easy to print with, which is very nice. Very, very nice. No hassle there. So yeah, it's been
no problem with support removal on those Hue Forge prints.
Dude, we use so many supports on Hue Forges. It's no. I haven't gotten the opportunity yet to test the support removal. That's actually when I was watching everybody else before me, it was like, dang, I need to try that. That sounds awesome.
It's satisfying.
Yeah, it's very, very satisfying.
Yeah. So yeah, my experience has been it's awesome. I'm excited for new colors, and I hope that there are more high transparencies if possible. That would be very nice for blending in Hue Forge.
Yeah, I was impressed with the fire gradient and the ice gradient of the TD to it. I did test some of the other ones in Hangout the other day. People were asking certain colors. Some of them around like the 2s and whatnot. Obviously, the GF is way low.
Right.
But yeah, no, I mean the gradients I think make great lampshades. They did an awesome flame effect on the dragon from Wexter. So yeah,
that
it's
model's
gonna be
impressive.
cool.
The
Yes.
gray with the black looks insane. I'm definitely gonna be picking that up very soon.
Yeah.
So, when it comes, because it's out of stock, isn't it? Most of these are out of stock.
The ice is out of stock right now. I'm not sure if the fire is yet, but if it's not, then you should probably grab it pretty quickly.
I'm
Probably
going to
order
be
it
grabbing it
now.
after I get out of here. Yeah.
There you go. So yeah. So any other thoughts on it, or kind of any final thoughts? And obviously looking forward to some colors. Anything else that you are interested in seeing?
Very much so. Looking forward to more colors, and if we could add some glitter, you know what I'm saying, some sparkle to some of these potentially, that would be also very cool. I wanted to say that because I didn't get the chance to say it whenever we were talking about it, but that would be really cool.
A purple and some sparkles, right?
100%.
Yeah,
I love purple. I love
purple sparkle.
sparkles.
There you go. A purple sparkle. Come on, Pete.
So other than purple, what color would you pick to add?
Lavender, maybe.
Lavender.
That's
lilac.
Any shade of purple would be good. Yep.
Yeah.
That's. But yeah, no, I don't think I have. I think that just adding every color that you guys, even just adding all the colors you have in Polylite, like just the whole lineup, I think would be a very good welcoming thing, especially for, like Steve said, new people coming into it. Like this is going to be, it's very cool to be on the front lines of something brand new that's probably going to change the industry pretty significantly. So
yeah, hopefully so. Hopefully for Pete's sake. I hate to see him go in 7 months.
My first product launch. Let's do it. Let's reshape the whole industry.
That's right. Shake it up.
Let's let him go. Well, real quick, I'm gonna give the stage is for those that aren't already following you, don't already see your Hollywood face plastered across the entire interwebs. Where can people find you and watch you and see what you're doing?
So you can find me on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, and that's about it. Yeah, it's so I have all of my stuff at Neokoi Prints.
All under Neokoi Prints. Yep.
All under Neokoi Prints. I do HueForge tutorials. I do meme content for 3D printing. You name it, I'd probably make a video on it. So come check me out.
There you go. Well, thank you very much for coming on, giving us your
Thanks,
feedback. Guys. Look forward to even more feedback as you're using it, and hopefully you can stack some more colors before they sell out.
For sure. Thank you, guys.
Yep. See you later.
Cool. See you.
Okay. We have one more guest who has been patient, very patient. So we are going to bring in the final guest to get their testimonial. This is going to be more of a technical person that you, again, have probably seen online. You've probably seen at events, usually breaking things for good reasons, for good causes. So let's welcome in Scott of Edge of 3D. Welcome in, Scott.
What's going on, guys?
So I can't have any sound effects yet.
Right off the bat, just to prove something here, that's an ANET A8, and that's printing the HT-PLA. That's the gray non-glass fiber, and so all of these. Somebody mentioned Jeep ducks.
Yes,
there you go.
Yeah.
Jeep ducks. All of these HT-PLA ones were printed on that printer. The dragons were printed on that printer. So everything I did testing on in my launch video for the HT-PLA and the HT-PLA glass fiber was all printed on that ANET right back there. And then the other PLAs as well, like this PLA silk, that was printed on there. And I don't know how many people watched the video, but I came up with this test right here to, this is unsupported, to see how much it would sag. The very first set of tests I did was a whole bunch of different materials.
Yeah.
And with 50 grams of weight hanging on them, and these are 3.2 millimeters thick, 10 millimeters wide, and it's 100 millimeters from point to point, and that's 50 grams of weight. And you can see what all failed and what didn't fail. And if you go to my channel, there's a time lapse of this, and you can see at each temperature interval what failed. The annealed high temp PLAs hung on really well. And if you look, the glass fiber really didn't bend. It finally just the damn camera will focus. It finally just broke right there. So that was the first set of tests I did. And then I printed all these ducks and the dragons. And then these test artifacts here. So this was supposed to, when this printed, it was 110 millimeters wide. And just to give you an idea, well, I didn't zero it out, so that's not going to help any.
Whenever I was doing I made up my own little model that was actually very similar to the one that you're measuring right now. I made my own infusion just so I could test the dimensional stability and everything. And yeah, very, very similar model.
Yeah, 108.91 over 110 millimeters. So there is some shrinkage. And I think it's really comparable to ASA and ABS, to be real honest with you. I am going to boron V0. I'm going to do a boron V0 in the power tool yellow. Unfortunately, I didn't get the next roll ordered before it sold out, so that's not going to be at Murph. I won't have the filament in time to do it. But
to see what we have in stock to get you in our
what I
secret
did
stashes.
is I put all this stuff in my annealing oven, and I took it 5 degrees at a time every 20 minutes, checked it, took pictures of it, all the way to 110 degrees, and I left it set at 110 degrees for 2 hours, which 110 degrees is way hotter than you would get in the interior of a car, even in South Texas or South Arizona in the middle of summer. But just to see, and then for the final 2 hours, I just took it to 150 and let stuff fail. And ASA failed. The duck got a little sleepy.
Tired duck.
COPE, it failed way back at 100 degrees, but it just kept failing. This is PC Max. And I don't know where the duck went. We have a tail. And we have
just disappeared.
Some grill of a Jeep there, but no, the duck's gone.
Just folded it and imploded on himself.
The tests that I did on these, surprisingly enough, the Silk PLA, I mean, this set in a 150 degree oven, and you can see it's got some deformity here, and obviously that's deformed. Just plain old Polyterra PLA. Very little deformity here, and it's got some sagging here.
Yep.
The high tent PLA, it's, I mean, if I put an engineer square against it, you can see a little bit of light up at the top edge here. And finally, PC Max, and it just PC Max.
It deflated.
PC Max had certain parts of it grow when it got hot and bothered, and certain parts of it just yeah. Anyway,
the dimensional accuracy is not quite there on that one.
Right. So that, you know, awesome material. As far as the glass fiber filled stuff, I know that the targeted audience for this stuff is not 3D printers, but there's a lot of people out there that still have bamboos, A1s, the open bamboos, the open enders. I really hope to hell nobody is still printing with an ANET A8. I've got to be the only person stupid enough to have one.
I was like, you have to have a whole different homeowner's insurance policy just for having that printer plugged in.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's updated a little bit. I mean, it's running Clipper. You can see that from the screen. But the stuff prints awesome. I tested the facts. I'm not like Igor. Igor's a doctor. He's a scientist. I'm just a dumb redneck in South Kansas that doesn't know any better, and I get fueled by vape and caffeine and sometimes bourbon. But I tested the claims and the paperwork or the literature that I was sent on the filament. I tested the temperature claims on it. It passed. I ran it through all of my tests that I normally do, and I'll switch screens here again real quick, and we'll just look at it real fast. These are the breaking strengths and stuff. And if you go to any of my YouTube videos, there's a link to this deal here, and you can go through here and look at all this stuff. Layer adhesions, how much direct thread holds, how much heat set threads hold, IZOD shock tests. This is just strictly a a shear break, you know, just pulling on it. But and then you can go over here and you can pick materials to compare. If you want to compare HT-PLA to Polymaker's ABS black, then you go down here and look, and that's how they compare. This is the HT-PLA compared to the ABS. Layer adhesion, ABS was stronger. Direct threads, they were stronger. Heat sets, you know. So yeah, that's available to people. If you go to my YouTube channel, most of the video descriptions have a link to that site, and you can go in there, and anytime I test materials, it'll be added to that. You can see, watch some of the videos. I build my own testing equipment, my tensile tester, and everything's over here. I machined all the parts myself. The IZOD tester's in the other room, but yeah, I'm going to build a V0 out of it. We're going to see what happens. It's either going to work or it's going to fail. But in all of my testing, I don't see any reason why it's not going to work. And I've had a few people say in comments that you can't, you know, you've got to account for the ABS shrinkage in V0 or Voron parts. Well, I think it's already accounted for, because if I print this same thing out in ABS and I compare it to this right here that's been heat treated, I think the shrinkage is going to be close enough that it's going to be a moot point. So,
and you know, it's one of those things you never know until you do it.
Right. And that's what I said to one guy on there. I said, you know, I never said it's a good idea, but I don't know what's behind the door if I don't go look.
Yeah, I've wanted someone to test it on custom 3D printers, but obviously I can't project that because that's not what it was designed for. But I have wanted to see it happen.
Just personally, yeah, like if seeing what it does, how it holds
just to see if it does hold up to the like creepage or anything over time.
Yeah, I don't have enough. That was my very next thing, and I'm going to print it. I'm going to have the A8, the A-net, print all the parts for a V0, cool. And I'm going to build a V0 out of it. I'm going to anneal them in my annealing oven, and we'll see what happens. Like I say, when I responded to one of the commenters on my page or my YouTube channel, you know, when they start talking about what a bad idea it is, I said, I never said it was a good idea. Yeah. But if we don't go look behind the door, we don't know what's there.
Exactly. So, yeah, that's why the tests are there, and that's why there's experiments. Yeah, experiments are there to see what can it really do, and maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But if it doesn't work, I know where you can get more filament. So you're not really out anything. Some time, but
well, I had a roll of the black glass fiber and the Power Tool yellow glass fiber in my cart, and then the phone rang and I got busy. And a few hours later, when I come back to go ahead and get them on their way, they're no longer available. And I'm like, oh crap! I guess I'm not going to have this done in time for Midwest Rep Rap Festival. So
yeah, I think the only glass fiber left is white.
Yeah. Yeah, I will be attending Murph this year, so that all came about what, Joel, 4 days ago?
Yeah, you know, it's called Polymaker time. It's what that's called. Everything's last minute, and you know it all comes together in the end. So no, I look forward to seeing you there, and I'll have to see. I don't know how much I got. I have to go through what I got, because how much does it take to do a V0 filament wise?
It doesn't take a full roll of the main color. It doesn't even use a full roll of it, but I've printed so much of that yellow that I just don't have enough of it left to do it. So, I mean, I could do it and probably make the skirt a different color, but I wanted to do
if you're going to go all in, you might as well go all in.
I wanted to do a Power Tool yellow themed V0.
Okay,
there you go. Say the name, but
I get what you're saying. Yep.
Walter, the German Walter, Mr. D. Walter.
Yeah. A Walter themed Walter, D'Angelo Walter. There we go.
So,
I'll
I'm going to do another video today talking about going to Murph and probably IRF, and I'll link to parts that people can print if they're going to be there, and my testing equipment will be there, so you can come test your own stuff.
Oh, awesome.
You can put it in the tester, you can break it and see what your stuff will do. So you can try different temperatures, different infills, whatever you want to try, we'll break it. So As long as it doesn't take more than 500 kilograms of force.
Yeah. I think Scott's
Oh.
one of a few guys I know that probably breaks on purpose, breaks 90% of his parts that he prints.
I fill this up twice a week.
Exactly. Yep.
You know,
Hey,
that's
all for a
pretty
good cause
sizable.
and good results and experiments.
And if you look down in there, that's all high temp PLA parts that I just finished up on Monday.
So
So
people in chat right now that weren't able to order it in time are cringing like, I could have used that. I could have printed something with that. Next shipment, everybody. Next shipment.
if I don't break it, we don't know. So
there you go. And then, so you, of course, you've released one video already on it. You said you're working on another one. Where can people find you? Where can they follow you? See what you're doing?
YouTube, Edge of 3D. So not to be confused with the Edge of Tech. He has
Two
more
different
hair.
people.
I'm a lot better looking. So
Yeah.
There, and he has an Oreo fascination. Maybe
And
not as much.
also, Scott's video was one of the first to go up. So if you want content quickly, as soon as stuff is released, his was one of the first videos launched on this. So if you're looking
I
for
was
a
also
lot of
the
details.
first video on Fiberon as well.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. When Fiberon went live, I was the very first video on it as well. But
Yeah,
I didn't almost break.
No, that was definitely an us thing, not a you thing. Scott was completely fine on that, but no, I appreciate the support you've given us for many years, even prior to me coming on board, and I look forward to seeing what you do in the future. And what you bring
I
to the
appreciate
festivals
the
and what we
support I
break.
get from Polymakers. So it's a great company, and you know they've supported my channel. I mean, Nick came to me and asked me to partner with my channel. It would have been back when it was called East Coast Rep Rap Festival, and that would have been
2 years, well,
3 or 4 years ago.
As of this September, I think 3 years ago. So
Yeah, this September will
there's
be
been
3 years ago. And
Yep.
at that point in time, I didn't even have 500 subscribers, and I'm like, why? why? I don't even have 500.
A lot of people are like that,
No,
but
no. I mean, and you know how Nick is, man. When he's got his mind made up, just stand back. He's like somebody winds up the Tasmanian devil and just sets it free. Just get out of the way.
He has an eye for knowing like people that are are good with just showing off stuff of being honest, being able to whether it be a technical thing, a fun thing. He knows. I'm trying to get that eye. I've got a lot to learn from my mentor, but we'll get there. Might take about 10 years, but we'll see. But no, I appreciate you coming on the show, giving us your feedback. Look forward to hearing more feedback. Anything you need, throw it my way or throw it Pete's way if it's really negative, and and we'll see what we can come up with.
Yeah, so far I've got no complaints. I mean, everything's worked out well with this stuff, and if I can print it on an ANET A8, I know you guys can't say it, or you don't want to say it, but come on,
If it prints
people,
on an
let's be
A8,
honest.
it should print on
If
anything
actually,
else.
I don't know how old or how long people have been in the 3D printing business, but if anybody can tell me what this is and recognizes it, maybe they'll be the winner of the V0 that I print. Because this was actually my first printer, but it's never printed anything. And all the other people that paid $800 on the Kickstarter never printed anything with one of these. That's why the company went out of business 10 years ago.
It makes a nice desk piece, right?
It does, and it fits on the ANET A8. So when the ANET A8, the reason it's down here is because it sets on the build plate of that A8.
Now you're using it so it doesn't have its display case.
Yeah, so when I got that down, I had to set that off to the side so I can print with it. And I mean, obviously it's clipperized, so it's safe. I mean, the stuff that supposedly caused them to burn houses down, that one doesn't have any of it. But it's still an original ANET A8. All the workings on it, all the the rods and everything. So if that can print it, you can print it with whatever you have.
There you go.
And if you can't, blame it on me. Don't blame it on these two guys here.
It's all Scott's fault.
There you go.
No, I appreciate it. And like I said, I look forward to seeing you here in 2 weeks, I think. It's coming up way too soon.
I hope it's not 2 weeks. It better be 3 because I got to go to Seattle, Washington in a week and a half.
Okay, no, we got 3 weeks. It's still, but it's going to feel like 1 week. So we'll see you soon, and we'll let you go and have a good day.
Peace out, everybody.
See you, Scott.
See ya.
Okay, everybody, real quick. I Am Awesome. If you're here and you haven't put it in yet, I Am Awesome. I'm going to do another drawing. We're only 30 minutes behind. We were on track for the most part, but let's see here. think so, right? Because we had next guest is at 1 o'clock, and it's only 1:29. Now the question is, while we're waiting for everybody to put "I am awesome" in chat for your chance to win a spool of filament from Polymaker anywhere in the world except Antarctica. I don't think that works. Try it if you live there. Well, let's see what we can get to you. But we're gonna do a drawing and then welcome our next guest. Which, if you can hear me, I don't see your camera feed. There it is. He was waiting. Okay, so let's add this to stage. Again, this is the previous winner, Palms XZZ. He's already claimed. So we are going to do the drawing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And who is going to be the winner today? Well, the fourth winner, right? Yeah, fourth winner. It is going to be El Holiday. It is the day of YouTube winners. The algorithm is finally making up for when the YouTube wasn't working at the other half. So congratulations. Exclamation point contact in chat. You're going to see joel.finn@polymaker.com. You can either email me or message me, discord.polymaker.com. I'm Polymaker Joel. You can DM me, and I will get that processed as soon as possible to get you your free spool of filament. Maybe HT-PLA if you're quick enough. Okay, and then now we are ready to have our next guest, who has not been waiting at all for the last 45 minutes. You guys know him. You guys love him. He's a stand-up guy. Up by up, I mean tall. Let's welcome in
both of our boss.
Polymaker Nicholas. Nick, you got to angle your camera up. You're above it again. Oh, welcome in. How's Nick doing today?
Yeah, pretty good. I haven't followed too much the stream from the beginning. I forgot I promised my daughter I would go to swimming pool this morning. So how was the stream so far?
I don't think we've had any hiccups other than time. It's hard when you have multiple guests.
Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah. I think right off the rip, I think the technical stuff was all there. I really don't think we had any issues. Knock on wood. We still have this segment and then one more segment, so we have time.
we were only up until midnight working on this last night.
Never, not us.
Only midnight. We are becoming efficient.
Yeah. Instead of 3 a.m. Good job, guys. So of course we wanted to bring you on. We had Xiaofan on and I didn't always pronounce it. Yeah, there you go. To kind of give the background to kind of the process and everything. And obviously we'll let you kind of have the stage, but want to bring you on is you're of course now overseeing the whole outside of the production process, I guess. And I mean really you're involved in everything, but what all do you see and have you seen with this launch as compared to previous launches that you are happy with, that you've seen improvement on, that's just went well? And anything that went bad, you can throw that in there too for fun if there's anything. A few things.
Okay. Yeah, I think, well, I guess like we discussed, I think one of the biggest difference with that launch is that we put it together with a pretty new team. I think out of the whole team, I think only one person has done a launch before, was Oriana. I think for all the rest, it was their very first launch.
So not bad then.
Yeah. So quite impressive. Obviously everyone was new to a product launch. Even the project manager was new to the product launch. So all in all, I mean, it was already from just a historical point of view at Polymaker, it was a very successful launch. So knowing all the challenges of having a completely new team that are discovering like literally every step of the process, just excellent. It was a great ride. Like I followed a little bit. I think Pete mentioned that his interview was exactly that project back in December or November, something like this. So did you have the whole launch plan at that time? No, maybe not.
No. I remember that week because of course me and Pete have been friends for quite some time and through the community, of course. But yeah, that week I just the stress, because he'd still come in the hangouts, but just the stress, like I'm putting this together, and I'll give him huge props. I know we make jabs at each other all the time. but the amount of information to absorb is one thing. To absorb and have at least somewhat of an understanding is a whole nother thing. And I've been impressed. I mean, of course, I've never been in that position, so I don't even know everything that's involved. But from my perspective, it's been impressive to see him, hit the interview, and especially too of just having to present something like I've never done this before, but it's great. Now we have a product launch that I think went well because the website is sold out. So
no, it went really well, and I think for that presentation in the interview, I think you had like 2 days or something like this. So no,
yeah, it was like a day and a half, 2 days.
Yeah, so from
plenty enough time, but
hit the ground running.
So from a product management, I think it went excellent. Content was amazing. We never had that many content for a product. I think we grew a really good content team. I think our channel marketing as well. I think Tiffany did amazing. Again, discovering what a launch is, what we need to do during a launch. Community management, I think, in the middle of a pretty busy 2 months, I think, you may have spent like 30-40% easily traveling during that time.
I mean, between events and Houston and then back to it, and but it's been fun. New Mexico, Colorado, Houston, almost back to back, but
yeah. So no, I think this new team has kind of discovered a little bit like the Polymaker culture from both sides, right? From one side where no surprises in some way, I may be a little bit biased, but a fun environment, a very open environment, and on the other side, the clack 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 clack, everything is going super fast, and then a lot of ideas. And what I noticed is the fact that we had a new team. We had a lot of new ideas, right? New way of implementing things, new things as a whole. And I think the team realized, whenever we have an idea, we are actually implementing that idea. So we ended up with a huge
it actually
list.
goes somewhere.
So so I think that was really fun to see. The whole team being very invested, from idea and time perspective as well. So very, very successful, very amazing.
Oh yeah, and I think going with the environment thing is it has been very nice coming into that, and then just the work ethic of the entire team globally is just that itself is a motivator. Obviously, we make the jokes, how to work, hire workaholics, so we all have a lot of pride in our work, but it's a lot easier. It's one thing to have pride in the work and going into something, but to continue that and have that push or that motivation to keep going, keep doing better and better is I feel that with everybody. Whenever we have a meeting, and even somebody that's not in the community manager has an idea, Kevin, smart as can be, always these ideas, this and this. Everybody is a huge motivator to each other, and you can tell that every time that we get together. It's everybody has pride in it. It's not just okay, let's come up with something. It's let's just get this over with so I can not have to deal with it anymore. So it's great. You guys built a great culture prior to all of us newbies coming in.
And then even taking information from the community, it's kind of wild how much information we take in from the community and implement it into our work. Because initially we were going to have a 2-week launch period for unveiling the new product, but then we started taking some polls, getting some information, and then more and more people were saying, you'll have my attention for about 1 week. So we pivoted, did a 1-week launch, and I think it was very successful by listening to the community rather than stretching it out.
Yeah, one of the challenge, I think, of the launch was the introduction of new concept. I think the like I said, I didn't watch the beginning, but I'm sure you talked about heat stability, heat resistance, the difference. You did some tests. I think that was a challenge when we're trying to introduce a new concept on the market. It's always an educational challenge. How do you introduce that concept, right? Do you go very technical? Do you simplify a little bit? How do you find that balance? And I think that's a really big challenge. And what I really liked is, you remember, right? During the launch, we were all on our internal group, and every time we receive feedback, we were screenshot and then put on the group, and then do we need to readjust that message? Do we use that number? Do we use that number? Which one makes more sense? So it was a challenge. I think we came up with a really good way of introducing that new concept, and that's a challenge for all innovative company, right? You come up with something new, people are not comfortable with things that are new, so we have that responsibility, right, to introduce it properly. And so not only there was a lot of pre-work done, but during the launch we were very, very dynamic. I think we answered pretty much every single YouTube comment and TikTok comment, etc. So I'm sure there's more comment that we have to go through, but I think on Discord I saw some screenshot. On Facebook I saw some screenshot. So I think we did also, or I'm obviously biased, but I think the team did amazing at staying dynamic to the market response. And I think usually 3 to 4 days after, that's the second wave, right? Because that's where people receive the product. So I think today on, that's going to be a second work of seeing how the market is now using the product. So really excited to looking forward to seeing that.
I know it's going to be great. So now, is there obviously, Pete kind of hints at different things coming forward. Let's say on a more vague, cases in the next few months, what do you think we're looking to release across all the product families? Now, of course, Pete's not the only product manager, but what would you say we're on track to in the next 3 months to release number wise?
So we do have some, well, not some, I think quite some products that will be released in the next 3 months. A lot of products. I think we are going to cover, I know we are going to cover the 3 families. Fibron, we'll see some new products. Penchroma, we'll see some new products. All the prime material, maybe not all the prime, but most of prime materials, we come up with new products. So when it comes to innovation, I think all of them actually come with some pretty awesome, whether we call it breakthrough or not, compared to the HT-PLA, I think there is some certain level, but I think they all come with some pretty incredible innovation. And yeah, I'm very excited. I mean, we grew our product team by maybe soon 500%, right? So
very quickly.
yeah, we're growing very quickly. Marketing team, product team. I mean, Polymaker as a whole, right, is really growing fast, and I think people will see that through new product, through marketing improvement, through amount of information we can output, etc.
So then one question I'll ask, and I'm sure the community's, I think somebody mentioned maybe something around it is, and I mentioned this in our meetings, our internal meetings. What was really awesome about this was it was like, I think, was it the first global launch? I mean, at least since I've been on, to where everything was kind of, had this energy together for the most part. Has this been the first time that's been done with a new product?
I would say we did that 3 times, I think. Well, respectively to the scale that we were at that time, right? But I think obviously the very first Kickstarter, but I won't count this. That's what's kickstarted the company. But I think the Polysmooth and Polisher, I think we put a lot of energy and resources into that launch. The Polyterra, I think, would come like a close second to Polysmooth, because Polysmooth and Polisher, we spend a lot of, because at that time we were not like as big as we are now. But Polyterra, and I think HT-PLA is considered now as one of our biggest launch.
Awesome. And now going forward, is the plan to try to do that with all the new products?
I want sleep.
From Pete's word,
I gotta catch up on sleep.
Yes, everything that Pete really knows. It's a lot, but I don't think that's why it was nice having a few different people on. Is I don't think people realize that of how much really goes into it, from the formula, the development of the product, to the production, to getting it over here, the numbers. It's not just oh, hey, you want a new color, this is the color you want. 3 days later. Our R&D team probably could do it in 3 days, but it's not feasible. It's not something that can be done on a widespread thing. And I think hopefully the transparency that we put through what we do, and hopefully some videos that have been out and new videos coming up, will kind of show that transparency more of. There's a lot that goes into it. There's a ton of moving parts.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll just take advantage of being on stream. I think just to thank the community, because one of the reasons we have been able to be successful in some launches, in some product creation, was really through the synergy that we have been able to create with the market through the community. And I think I'm hoping that we will continue. Not I'm hoping. I know we are going to continue working really hard to maintain and grow that synergy with the market, with all of you watching. You have seen what yesterday or the day before yesterday we had a workshop on a new product as well that was open this time to everyone. We did a survey yesterday, so yeah, I think the success is a big part of the success is thanks to the people watching, the people active on our Discord, people answering to our questions, to our survey. So yeah, big thanks to them.
Yep. So encourage everybody, always give your feedback, even if it's something small or whatnot. We don't think of everything, even though there's a million brains in this operation. That there's always room for improvement. There's always room for suggestions. And you guys you're pretty good at giving us those recommendations or suggestions anyway. But always provide that feedback, and it is definitely heard for sure.
Yeah, and we have I think we have most of the team, if not all the team, that are very active online. So whether it's on Discord, you have seen now we have Polymaker something everywhere on the Discord. We're trying to be active on other Discord as well to gather feedback. We're answering as many comments and answers on all different social media. Yeah, and a stream also, right? Tiffany is streaming, Joel is streaming, Pete and Tongyue have the open meeting. Our content creator will start streaming soon. Oriana has done a lot on Instagram as well. So, and that's the thing that we're trying to keep in the team, right? Always have connection with the market.
Yep. Oh yeah, that's prior to me even coming on board with Polymaker, I seen that and felt that for different projects I helped on, and yeah, it was an easy choice. I tell you, I've said it many times, is when offered the position, like, easy. It wasn't one of those things. Most people, when they're offered something, like, let me think about it, I'll get back to you, we'll kind of hash it out. But it's that culture, and then just that feel and that actual genuine I want to say genuine interaction with the community is what brought me in, and then what made me say yes to being here today. So yeah, no, it's great, and the whole team is amazing what they do. Pete's okay. But yeah, so Pete, do you have any questions for Nick? This is more your stream, and I'm taking it over.
Man, we talk pretty much daily.
I feel like we are in a team meeting, like like.
Yeah. Oh man,
just treat it as such.
Maybe I can put Nick on the spot. Why do you like meeting so early in the morning?
You actively doesn't meet throughout 24/7.
It works out better in the long run, because we have our product meetings early in the morning, and it leaves a lot better late morning and afternoon to get work done. But yeah, but everybody in Polymaker knows the product team has the early meetings.
Yeah, I only had to be part of some of those early meetings here and there, thankfully.
I want to make sure I have the freshest brain before you get used up by all the meeting. That's why.
Yeah.
There's the thought behind it. we figured it out.
That's one thing. Working with Nicholas over time is like you very quickly find out that his brain is built different than everyone else's. Because whenever he's like, all right, you have this task, how are you going to do it? So you're like, tunnel vision, how do I complete this task? And then as soon as you give him the answer, all right, well, did you think about this? and you're like, no, I did not think of it. He's got like 10 different scenarios going on at the same time. Built for what do you call it? Whenever you have backup plans for anything, and you're like, I got to start thinking more like that. So learning more from Nicholas is I've learned a lot in a short amount of time.
I appreciate it. I think the team is really learning from each other. I think the fact that we have good connection within the team, we are all learning from each other, and I think that's the reason why our team is growing so fast.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think we've made the comment in meetings, and me and Pete in conversation is if anybody ever sees Nico at an event, which it's hard. I mean, because he's usually do the scientist game. Number one, he's like a carny at heart. Because he is the best presenter of the scientist game. I can bring as much smiles and energy as I can, and it still doesn't match what he does. But on the work part, if you could ever actually see the dude work, like one of these days I'm in Houston, I'm just going to film him without him knowing, because the efficiency, me and Peter talked about this, to see him, the way he scrolls through things, and up until recently, one screen, and just, I know there's multi-gestures and whatnot for Mac, but flipping to this window, moving this here, copying this there, PowerPoint, being able to just generate anything, whether it be a graphic or a diagram layout. It is insane, the efficiency. So it's a lot to learn from. But like Pete said, is even if we just take a little bit out each time, is it's an interesting thing to see for sure. And his brain is 100% wired differently. I don't know what happened there, but maybe he's dropped on his head just right as a child. So any other last words, and I can let you get out of here?
No, I think I really appreciate that we chose my birthday to launch the HT-PLA.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That was an interesting birthday.
It was definitely done on purpose.
Yeah. I think my wife had one gift to offer me, and she tried to find a time between two discussions. I have got this for you.
3 days later, he finally opens his present. And unfortunately, it was a bowl of ice cream, and it's just gone now.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me on the stream. And I think successful launch. Looking forward to feedback from the market on HT-PLA. And by the way, I think this is the first time we do a live stream for launch. So first of everything. And I think
everybody's feelings in chat about do you like a kind of a post-launch stream, just to give a little bit more information? There's a lot of people here, so I'd imagine you came here for a reason. So I think it's a good idea. It's fun, especially too. Like I said, it's a big thing of having the different team members. It's one thing, my face they get to see all the time, so it's not cool anymore. But the product manager, they see him around the Discord, but even you, but then Zhao Fan, it's everybody. It's just, I think it's a really cool aspect to bring to them, and hopefully, they love it. They're still here watching, so they either love that or they love the filament and they're waiting for the giveaways. But either way, we love them. So, but no, I appreciate you coming on, and we'll of course, I'm sure, talk very soon.
We will. Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Yep. See you later. Okay, we are to the final segment. Well, no, we're not yet. We got another giveaway. I am awesome in chat real quick. I'm gonna give it probably a minute here. Me and Pete will ramble about something for a minute. Type in I am awesome, Twitch and YouTube. YouTube people, you're not used to me telling you that right now, at least for this stream. YouTube and Twitch, I am awesome. You get a chance to win a free spool of filament. And even after we do this drawing, we are going to end the stream once. We got a Q&A we're going to do and everything else. But at the end of the stream, we're going to do 5 more drawings back to back to back to back. So don't leave. There's still more to be won. So get that in there. Pete, any comments and before we get into the Q&A half of things?
Yes. There's been a movement, as stated in one of our last happenings. Are you team fire or are you team ice? Put it in the chat. I want to see what we're looking at here. I'm team fire. I like the fire gradient. We've been having some discussions on who's team fire and who's team ice, because our ice sold out faster than the fire. And I was not expecting that because I'm so biased about the fire that I thought it was the best in the world.
And that is, so the ice, it is great. So I'm not, yeah, I don't want to downplay that. Obviously, it's great because everybody bought it out. But yeah, the fire is still like that's, and maybe it's because I've seen more models in it that, I mean, again, to shout out Wexter, the Dragon and the Emberon, just like those make it shine. The Human Torch was also great, but those two, I think, with the contrast of the black. So maybe we need like that same kind of Emberon model, but with icicles instead of flames, and we'll see how it looks. Maybe that's why I'm towards the fire, because I've seen it in amazing prints more. Where this, I mean, the mask that you did was cool. Little D, Trio Junkie did the Elemental. That turned out really great. So I'm not downplaying the models. They look great. But I think we need to see some more in ice, which if it's sold out, you guys need to be sharing these prints somewhere. Like share them, tag us on the socials, and go over to Show Off Prints in Discord. Show them off there. You know, whatever you got. You know, show them and go post per, or just dump them all into one post and say, hey, here's Radiant Ice. You asked for it. This is what I printed.
Speaking of fire and ice, how about that first teaser poster, huh? You talk about some wild guesses.
Oh yeah,
a lot of people were guessing
temp changing and
temp changing and what was it, like something monochrome? I don't remember. There were so many guesses on temperature changing styles of filament, and I did not. I was so focused on like heat stability is what that first teaser was supposed to be about, and but yeah, I did not expect all the guesses that we were getting. But yeah,
well,
the
I
first
think
teaser
especially for an
was,
initial teaser, I think that was good though, because it gave them
Yeah.
other options rather than kind of a straightforward something heat. I think it would give it away a lot easier. So L Holiday on the screen is who won last time. You didn't win a second time. I'm sorry, but but I'm gonna do the drawing real quick, and then we're gonna get on with the rest of this stream here. So 306 entries. There is a lot of you out there.
oh yeah.
Appreciate the support, and I hope you guys have learned something. This last part is hopefully where you learn more. So we'll get to some more information and answers.
Stay
creeping,
Hadron.
rigged,
Nice.
rigged. He just won not too long ago on I think Meet the Polymaker somewhere. But there you go. Obviously, I'm not even going to tell you. You know how to do it. So message me. And
He's probably
he's
probably already in my inbox. Where's my filament?
He's probably got a macro. He just hits a button and it just messages me, hey, I won. So congratulations. Either way, even if you somehow rigged the contest, congrats on that win. Okay, so we're at the last segment. The first thing I wanted to do you want to share your screen for the FAQ? Or you can just talk about it, I guess.
All right. Yeah. Let me actually, I have a PDF of it. So let me open that up really quick. But
make sure you don't open up the wrong PDF and show that super top secret filament that's coming out.
For sure.
Oh, hopefully Nico is still watching. I meant to mention it while he was on here. Nico. So I guess I have a little bit, but and then I'm on my third bottle. For those that don't know, I drink a lot of pop. Can you tell? Who would have thought? So Nico is always that voice in the back of my head to tell me, no, not a pop, grab a water. So whenever I'm on a video call with him or a meeting and he sees me get a bottle, oh, that doesn't look like water. So then I think that day I put a bottle of water in front of my bottle of pop. I just drank it. But yes, drink more water. I need to. But let's see here. Okay, you're still trying to
I was sharing on the wrong. I still have the tab open with the oven camera, so I was trying to share. On that
okay.
There we go.
There we go. Let me add this to state. Verify before I pull it is all good because I can only see a tiny little bit of it. Looks like a PDF.
Yep.
I just know you can have anything pulled up on your computer right now. So.
Yeah.
Here, adding the stage. Don't screenshot anything, people. No, we're good.
Okay, so I'm streaming the actual PDF.
Yep,
so we have
I'll let you take it over.
Yeah, so we have a FAQ section on our product pages, but it's a limited amount of FAQs at the moment. These are FAQs that I've been collecting over time, and all of these will be on the product page very soon. But here, let me scoot this over. Actually, let me see it where I can view the Twitch, the Twitch questions as well. Okay, so can you anneal the HT-PLAs? Yes, you can anneal both of them, But the main, I would say, well, here, I'll just read it. Yes, you can anneal both and for better heat stability performance. However, only the GF version, you'll gain better HDT properties. I have of ABS, but we're removing the ABS because I don't really think it's too fair to compare directly to ABS because they're two different materials for two different purposes. So that's going to be edited and changed. So you can anneal both materials. The HT-PLA, the generic version, you can anneal it, and it'll have better heat stability, but it's not like a significant amount. The real gain is from the GF version because you gain like we just mentioned here, the HDT properties. It'll be stiffer under high heat. What is heat stability? So heat stability. So this was my main concern about the launch of this, is making sure everybody knew the difference between what we're calling heat stability versus heat resistance, because everybody knows heat resistance is more towards being strong and tough under heat. So heat stability is being able to withstand the high temperatures without deforming while not under a load. So just standing on its own. So I hope that's very clear, because I don't want someone to purchase this and then have a failure because we had a misinterpretation of. I want to make that very clear. So the standard HT-PLA, very good at existing in very high temperatures. Are the HT-PLAs hygroscopic? As you'll see a pattern here. Most of the characteristics of this HT-PLA are very similar to generic standard PLA. Which is the hygroscopic standard PLA characteristics. This is the most common question. Are the HT-PLAs UV resistant? It's similar to generic or standard PLA. You're not going to get your UV protectant like ASA out of this. So again, every material has its own place, and we're not claiming that this is going to replace ASA. It's not going to take. You're not going to remove ASA from your inventory with this material if you're trying to use it for specific use cases. This material is more designed for being in high temperature scenarios, not necessarily protecting it from the sun UV rays. What is the shrinkage rate? Very minimal. You heard Scott talking about the shrinkage rate after annealing. It's not a significant amount. We have very good shrinkage rate on this. Are HT-PLAs dishwasher safe? Yes, depending on your model, because obviously you don't want, if you have something, if you throw this guy in your dishwasher, obviously you're going to have some problems. But if you have like a dish, like a spoon holder or something that is structurally sound, you're going to be fine. It's going to be dishwasher safe. But I mean, for obvious reasons, I have to say, this is not going to last in a dishwasher, because we're not trying to claim every single piece of plastic. You're going to have your limits, obviously. Where was I? Can it print with PLA settings? Yes, as every single guest on here has mentioned, it's very easy to print. You can print it with generic PLA settings. You can print it with fast PLA settings. Very, very printable. Are they abrasive? So the HT-PLA GF is abrasive. It has glass fibers in it. So you're going to want a hardened nozzle in order to print the GF. Can you print the HT-PLAs with a smaller nozzle? Yes, you can. Just a regular nozzle, a 0.2 nozzle is fine. What is the highest speed you can print at? So the standard HT-PLA, we're saying up to 300 millimeters a second, and the GF up to 350. We did test it higher than this, but 300 and 350 is where we're comfortable with claiming with no issues. Very fast printable materials. Obviously, if you're very good at fine tuning print profiles or filament profiles, you can squeeze more out of it, but this is not for the everyday user kind of a situation. Does all the colors have the same heat resistance? Yes, consistent across all the colors. Is it biodegradable? The resin matrix of HT-PLA contains only a very small amount of non-biodegradable components, so it's very, very similar to standard PLA. What is in HT-PLA? It's a multi-phase composite. The main structure is PLA. I've seen that comment a lot also saying, is it really PLA? Yes, it really is PLA. Is it strong? Layer adhesion is fairly low. So if you're similar with like Polyterra, this is stronger than Polyterra, but it's not your Polylite PLA. I'll say that it's not a tough PLA. Is it strong? Oh, just went over the layer adhesion is fairly. Got a similar question. Does it have fumes when printing? Yet again, similar to standard PLA. Can you anneal it in boiling water? My first time ever annealing was actually on this project. And then, yes, I annealed it in boiling water in the oven. There's ways you can anneal in sand. There's many different ways you can anneal. But if you do anneal it in boiling water, make sure you have good, clean, soft water. You don't want hard water that has minerals and stuff all in it. Otherwise, you're going to get a
distilled water. Probably that'd be
yeah,
best.
yeah. Distilled water is going to be so that you don't have a white mineral coating, like a calcification on the outside of your print. That was the first thing I noticed right away because I just boiled it in tap water, and I was like, "Hey, what's this white dust on here?"
What's going on?
Yeah, but is PLA based on NatureWorks? Yes, we have the NatureWorks sticker logo on our sticker actually. Does HT-PLA have chemical resistance to regular PLA? Yes. What is the percentage of fiberglass? It's 12%. So it's HT-PLA GF12, 12% on the composition. Why do we choose to not put the fiber percentage on the name similar to Fiberon? So Fiberon, it's a more technical engineering style filament. The way that I am presenting all the naming convention for Polymaker filaments is basically to where anybody can look at our library of filament and know exactly what it means or exactly what it is. So whenever you look at the Polymaker prime materials, it's just going to be HT-PLA or PETG or PTP or whatever. So we're working on unconfusing the community because we know we do know, we hear the feedback about the confusion on the naming convention on everything. So we are trying to fix this literally as we speak. Could CoPE work as a support material? Yes. Do you have to remove annealed parts out of the oven immediately or let it cool down? No. You can just preheat your oven, throw it in there for 30 minutes, and then pull it straight out. And then as soon as it cools down on its own, you're good to go. Simple as that. But that's our FAQs. Let's move over to the chats and see what kind of questions we got in here. What does HDT stand for? That's a heat deflection temperature. That's the temperature at when the part starts deforming under a certain load. Let's see. Do you see any more? Let's see.
What does anneal mean?
What does anneal mean? So annealing is, I've been in a weld inspection for a while, so I kind of correlate the two a little bit differently because like the structure in metals are different than plastic, obviously, but like at the end of a weld, just think of it as, well, a printed part also, but if you have a layer on top of layer on top of layer, you're going to have melted, cooled, melted, cooled, melted, cooled, and then it's gonna be I'm trying to think how to say this. Long story short, you anneal it to heat it up and it'll relax and settle everything correctly the way it's supposed to. It'll restructure it and then you let it cool back down and then you have a good solid material rather than a whole bunch of stressed pieces throughout the or areas, because obviously some areas are going to be under a different stress depending on your models. But annealing is just basically heating it up, resettling the plastic, and then cooling it back down to its normal state. Or in some cases, you can use annealing strictly for stiffening up a material. That there's different use cases, but annealing, long story short, is just heating it up, resettling the filament to the way that you want.
Here, I'll pop it on the screen so you can see the questions. I'll kind of follow the chat.
Is there a way to tell the level of annealing? That's a good question. The level of annealing. So our R&D department, whenever I asked them what's the recommended annealing, so I have on our TDSs 20 to 30 minutes from 80 to 100 C. So you can anneal it just fine anywhere in there, but the main recommended is 30 minutes at 100 C. But as far as being able to tell the level of annealing, I'm not 100% sure on that. I would actually have to get with the R&D department. I know a little bit, but I am certainly not in Gia's shoes, as you've seen earlier. She is much more
A whiz.
yeah. Well, oh, fun fact that we didn't mention yet. So Xiaofan and Jie, they're both. This is something I learned very
One of
early on
many.
working for Polymaker, is that every week I'm meeting a new doctor that works for Polymaker. We have so many PhDs in Polymaker, it is insane. Because I'll be talking to someone and then I'll see someone say, yes, Dr. such and such. And I'm like, whoa, I've been calling them by their first name. So I like, but yeah, we have a lot of doctors that work under Polymaker, a lot of very smart people. And then meanwhile, I'm over here like melting a scientist like, hey, did you see that, guys? And they're like, that's exactly what we designed it for. I'm like, oh. So I feel like, yeah.
All right, I have the next question up there.
What is all right, is my wife going to kill me for annealing plastic in her oven? It's not going to off gas at 100 C, so you are good to go. Just don't get crazy with it. Don't let it fall over on some like. I would not mix
Once
it
you
with food.
melting
Don't put it in any. I wouldn't put it anywhere near food, or anywhere like if you're gonna anneal something in a tray that you use for food, make sure you clean it very well or anything like, or sterilize it or anything, because you don't want to get obviously plastic particulates anywhere near food.
There's the next
you
question.
can even run GF in a small nozzle. I am 90% certain on this. I have not done it myself, so I'm not going to guarantee it. But I was told yes that we could run it through 0.2, but I have not tried it myself. But in a 0.4 nozzle, yes, all day long you can run GF, no problem. I've been running it in my X1Cs over here. I actually ran it through my A1 Mini without the hardened steel nozzle, but it was very short, very little. With the new HT filament, will it not kill your other products like PLA, CF, ABS, etc.? No, I don't believe so at all, because like I was mentioning, ABS has its use cases, which is far different use case scenarios than PLA. You're not gonna use this under the hood of your car. This is not gonna last. It's not gonna be as like chemical resistant as PETG, or as ductile, or like the heat creepage is going to be different. Every different material grade is going to have its own specific properties that you need to utilize that for. So whenever you're taking a project into account, you need to see what specific what specific use cases that you're going to need, like what properties that you're going to need, and then that's how I would say that you need to determine what material you pick for that project. Let's see, what is another? You mentioned that all of the HT colors were new. Do the black, white, and gray match the black, white, and gray of Polyterra? I have not put them up against Polyterra, but all of the colors are brand new from scratch. So if you want like a one-to-one comparison, I don't think they're going to match perfectly, because these were all brand new. The only one that we really matched, that I could say that we matched, was maybe the Army Green is going to be similar, but and the Polymaker Teal is going to be similar to existing colors. Other than that, they're all basically brand new from scratch. How does HT compare to regular PLA? Will you have all the same questions but add PETG, PLA Pro, ASA? How does the HT compare to regular PLA? So it depends on what you're calling. So we have our Polylite PLA, which is our toughened PLA, very, very strong. PLA Pro, which is our super crazy PLA. This is not gonna This is not going to hold up against like Polylite PLA or PLA Pro as far as toughness. But if you're going to have this in higher heat situations, this is going to be the go-to as compared to Polylite PLA or Polyterra PLA. PET G, you're going to want that if you want more usable, like ductile and chemical resistant, stuff like that. Then obviously ASA has a UV stability. So you, if you need something that's going to be in direct sunlight, like for a long period of time for years to come, ASA is going to be the go-to for that. But if you're just needing something to be outside hot in the summertime, this is going to be just fine. It's not going to degrade like within a month, that's for sure. How does it compare to polysonic filament? Polysonic, I would say polysonic is more on the polylite side with some lesser mechanical properties than polylite PLA. It's so it would be similar comparison to polylite PLA, except for obviously polysonic is more built for speed.
Yeah, it's like an increased flow, right? Correct?
Yeah, it's an increased flow of polylite PLA basically.
This will be an easy one.
What temperature do you use in an oven? I'm assuming to anneal it. Our suggestions are anywhere from 80 to 100 C for 20 to 30 minutes. Recommended 100 C at 30 minutes.
Here, answer this one. 2-year-old HT-PLA earlier this week. They are working on getting everything shipped out. I think there was a hold up through if you ordered through the website, through our website rather than Amazon. But you're not the only one. There's a stack that's sitting there.
So you're not the only one that it hasn't shipped because whenever we received everything, it's all getting distributed between different warehouses. So as soon as it lands in the warehouse that they can pick up your order and ship it, that it's going out. So very soon, it'll be shipped out very soon.
All right, this is so this is the earlier question that Nathan had was like visually how he was asking how do you know what level
how do you know it's annealed?
Is there a visual? Can you tell that?
So that is actually a very good thing about our HT-PLA is it does not change color basically at all whenever you anneal it. That's something that I was testing, and you can throw this in the oven and pull it out, and you're not gonna, by the visual eye, you're not gonna tell a difference in the color. But that doesn't really answer your question on how do you know it's annealed. But I just figured I'd throw that out there that is another cool feature is we don't really we don't fade or anything with annealing. How do you know it's annealed? I would say make sure you put I don't know, that's a tough question. How do you know it's annealed? I mean, one test, you could test the HDT on something, but as far as a standard HT-PLA, that's a pretty tough question to try to figure out the difference between an annealed and unannealed part. Is the surface finish slick like regular PLA? There's a lot of the guests in there, they were saying it's very, very smooth, but it doesn't have as high sheen. It's a more of a satin finish, but it is pretty smooth. It feels very, very, very nice to the touch. The GF version, however, is more of the best way I could say is a real light fuzzy skin kind of a finish because it has that GF.
If you've ever printed anything with carbon fiber, it's like similar. I think it's almost like a little softer version.
Yeah, it's very, very satisfying. The GF version, and it also hides the layer lines very well. The GF version is very, very nice.
If you need to print something like with grip, like it has just the right amount of texture where it's not like harsh grip, but I think would help with if you whether it be a handle or whatever it might be, I think would be it's got a good surface finish.
Very nice surface finish. Is there any mineral content to the filament, soft minerals, talc, mica, etc.? I'm assuming you could possibly be talking about like our starlights and stuff. None of that is in these filaments. Not that I'm aware of, anyways.
I'm going through there.
Is it available in UK yet? Yes, it is. I know 3D Prima has it. 3D Jake is in stock now. Three Dimensionals also has it. I'm not sure who all else, but we have a whole list of resellers that sell this stuff, and they should starting to be popping up on the shelves if it's not already on their websites to purchase.
Yeah, 'cause I think some we're getting mid to end of this week, so they should all have, whether they have updated the sites. But yep, as he said, there should be any day now. If it's not already available, any day.
Yep. So you can now leave this new PLA in a hot car and not come back to tears. Yes. We've done many tests on this actually. Like the first thing right away, a lot of people that we send this to, even our own people, like the first thing that we do is print something quick, go out to the car, throw it on the dash with a regular PLA print next to it, and you'll see it. If you follow Polymaker Lab on like TikTok and Instagram and stuff, Sean, 3D Print General, he has some really cool videos of this actually in the dash of his car. And we have the flag tests are actually, I sent him this model and he printed this model with the HT-PLA and then regular PLA. And then you can see it drooped over like this just from sitting in the dash of his car. But yeah, he has multiple versions of this. So he did test that. Well, I mean, we all tested it, but he has a really good video up on TikTok and Instagram showing it. Will you be later down the line adding some glow UV reactive dyes to HT-PLA? So depending on how popular HT-PLA gets, the more popular it gets, the more that we will be adding features and stuff, color features and stuff to the line. So if y'all do like it a whole lot and you keep purchasing it, obviously we're going to be expanding the color range, the gradient range, the different features. So the more that we can tell y'all are enjoying this filament, the more we're going to be able to add to the line. I want to use HT for laser jigs. You currently use PETG. Will it hold a bit for laser etching? You think HT will be good? It should do really well for that. Laser jigs, I think it will actually be very, very good for laser jigs. Where is HT-PLA made? Currently in China, but we are working on bringing HT-PLA to the US. As many of you know, we actually just started to produce a lot of our filament in the US. It's mainly for our wholesale orders right now, but we are expanding and trying to do more and more here in the US. Will Polymaker ever come out with a dual or tricolor TPU? We are looking more and more at dual colors and tricolors. I'm not sure on the TPU front though. That's more of a PLA thing from my knowledge, but we are looking a lot more into TPU now. So
2026, maybe something by the end of the year.
A lot of the HTGF look out of stock currently. Do you know when the restock might happen? So that's hopefully within 4 to 5 weeks is my guess. Hopefully. Don't hold me to that because
I say the concrete information is it's on a ship.
Yeah, it's a tough call because it's not completely, because once it ships all the way across the ocean, because obviously we don't want to air fly this stuff over here, because then we're gonna have to charge you more if we're having to pay more to get it here quicker. Then we obviously don't want to do that. So hopefully back in stock very soon. Well, I mean, not hopefully, we're definitely gonna have it back in stock very soon, but the amount of time, I can't guarantee that. Everyone seems to state that it's very smooth finish. How would it work as a linear guide bearing? I'm not sure on that, especially not the GF. The GF has more of a, obviously the GF finish, but let's see if I have any. I don't really have too many smooth. I mean, I get, yeah. You can see how smooth if it is right there, if it would focus. But yeah, pretty smooth finish. I'm not sure if it would work for linear glide bearings though. That's something that you should actually test
study.
and let me know.
Yeah.
I don't have any linear glide bearing tools or accessories or anything right now. How do you guys test HT-PLA to make sure it is non-toxic like ABS? We did test the VOCs of this actually, and it's very similar to PLA VOCs. So definitely not on ABS level. Are there any studies on the safety of Polymaker GF filaments as far as fibers? I don't have any current studies of the GF stuff. So I cannot answer you that question. I could ask our R&D department, but off the top of my head, I don't have a good answer for you on that.
Yeah, and I don't think we do either. Like even for the carbon fiber and glass fiber. So I know in one of the meetings I was in, there was discussion, and there's no good concrete data that we've seen yet. So
I'm not gonna claim that ours is I'm not gonna claim that ours is better or safer than anyone else as far as like testing GF stuff, because I don't really have any foot to stand on to make that claim, because there's not really any good testing out there for that yet. The intro video showed a Voron part in it. Was it meant to be an example, or can you print Voron functional parts? So Scott, Edge of 3D, said that he's actually going to build a Voron 0 out of the HT-PLA GF, and he is going to be our first, hopefully our first concept on that. Yeah, so to give it a shot. I'm not going to make any bold claims and say, yeah, there's absolutely zero heat creepage from this, because it is PLA. So I would not just go full bananas and print a full Voron out of this without testing some
500
specific
cube
part.
stealth changer.
Yeah. If I was you, if you wanted to build a custom Voron out of it, I would test a few parts before you just went all in on it, because I have not had any testing on custom 3D printers for this material yet. I do want to find out if it does work though.
And watch Edge of 3D if you haven't subscribed. See what he
Edge of 3D.
He'll likely be the first one. He's the first one I know that's doing it.
Yep. So is HT-PLA abrasive? But to answer your question about the Voron parts, the parts that were in the pictures were more for being able to withstand the heat. They weren't generally. I don't believe so. If I remember right, they weren't like the heat creeping parts, like the real under pressure parts under the heat. Is HT-PLA abrasive? I'm sure the GF version. The standard HT-PLA is non-abrasive. The GF version is. So on the GF version, we suggest a hardened nozzle for printing that material.
And I'll show this one. This was kind of answered. We don't have any data on carbon fiber or glass fiber, whether it can splinter on your skin. I know there was a video somebody did, but any technical data we can't comment on because we don't know. So it's something that I'm sure either somebody, one of our partners, maybe we'll go in depth with the right machines, but I think it's going to take some pretty expensive machines to determine the real result from it.
But if you're wondering if the material is like, if it feels like fiberglass, no, it's not. It's you can see how smooth it is, but I mean it's not a hard scratchy feel, if that's any correlation to what you're kind of asking. So what I'm getting with that is you're not going to feel fibers breaking off into your skin, but I can't, like he commented, I can't tell you like the actual like science data behind
there
it.
There is or isn't any type of frag bit at all.
Yeah. Do you expect it to sell out as quickly as it did? I was hoping that it would. I was hoping that it would catch some traction, but I'm not going to lie and say I wasn't nervous. because this is my very first product launch, and I was kind of nervous to launch it because I did not know how it was going to be received. Because obviously you can guess how it's going to be received, but without the full input of the community, it's a tough call. Are you going to come out with the HT-PLA bundle pack? I believe the plan is to, if you don't know yet, on our website, the us.polymaker.com or ca.polymaker.com, if you're in the US, we do have a bundle builder on our website, and I believe this is going to be within that bundle builder, if I'm not mistaken, where you can build your own bundle.
And then I think X amount of spools get you X amount of discount.
Yeah.
Here we go.
How come there's no reusable bag anymore? This was actually my call, so if you hate me for it, you can send me the hate messages on that one. I actually did a lot of polls on Facebook and Twitter and on Discord and stuff, and nobody, well, I say nobody, I'm not going to say nobody. There are people that use our resealable bags, but it is a extremely small percentage of people that use the resealable bags. Like, it is a very low amount of people that use it. So I opted to try to make it more eco-friendly, which is another reason why we can sell this for a more fair price with the packaging. The packaging helps us resell this for a better pricing and everything too. So I hope you don't hate me for it, but there are some some of our other products have the resealable bags that you can collect and keep those if you need them.
And this one, I'll answer this. So this may have been asked before we answered the same question earlier. Yeah. So is it abrasive? The HT-PLA itself? No. Glass fiber, slightly enough that we would recommend a hardened nozzle. Would it print on a stainless steel? Yes. How quickly will it wear? It's up to you to find out if you really want to, but we're not going to replace your nozzle.
Yeah. This guy back here, I actually printed it on the standard Prusa XL brass nozzles. It was like 150 or 200 grams of the GF. And I looked at the nozzles afterwards because I switched them out to the Obsidian nozzles afterwards. That's why I just went ahead and sent it. But I couldn't visibly tell the difference, but I didn't get a microscope and look at it to tell you the difference. How temperature resistance compared to TPU? It's kind of a interesting question. Temperature resistance compared to TPU. It's kind of hard to correlate the two. I have not heated up TPU to see how it falls apart at high temperatures.
I think it's
so I am not sure on that one.
Yeah, hit that. Do some comparison videos.
Yeah, maybe we need to heat up some TPU and see what happens at 150 C. Galaxy Dark Gray HT-PLA GF on the radar. We did have some people mentioning some sparkle stuff earlier, so maybe I can put that on the to-do list. But like I mentioned earlier, the more popular this material gets, the more colors and versions that we can add to it.
Yep.
Are your power tool colors near exact matches or legally distinct? So they're not perfect one-to-one colors. What I have come to find out with the power tool colors is there's a wide variety. I actually had some electricians over at my house recently to put in some new lines for my 3D printers, and they had Milwaukee tools. And actually, here, let me share my screen and I can show some pictures.
Yeah, let me put this tool up. There we go.
I'll show you some cool pictures that I've done throughout the process. Let's see. Oh, I am still sharing my.
Yeah, I see the PDF there. I was waiting for it to change.
Stop screen. Let me go present, share screen. Let's see here. Window. Let's see. Which one are you? I have too many tabs open. This one, share. Where is
And
my air?
That's your tab. There you go. Good to share.
You can see the air.
Yep, that's the pictures.
Yep.
There we go.
Now I'm watching you on the Twitch, so it's a little delayed. Okay, so so here is a lot of pictures and testing that I was doing throughout the last like 6 months. For those of you who was asking if it bonds well with any of our other PLAs, this is a little test that I did for so the bottom layer is HT-PLA, then Polyterra, then HT-PLA GF, and then Polylite PLA. So what I did with this, I printed them all together, and then I bent it like a deck of cards just to make sure there was no delamination. That's why this print is bent, is because I literally took it and folded it like a deck of cards just to make sure that these did not delaminate. And then as far as the boil, you can see you can see right here, this was what I was surprised with after boiling it. The water is pretty hard where I'm at coming out of the tap. So this is what I come up with. This is why I was saying you need clean, soft water if you are going to boil anneal. So you can tell the difference. This was 30 minutes in the oven, and this was 30 minutes in boiling water straight out of the tap. Here is a speed test that I was doing with generic PLA versus HT-PLA on speed testing. I forgot what I was going to show you on the pictures. Oh, here's some testing that I was due after I printed this dragon. Throw it on the car, leave it in the car for the afternoon. It's good to go. There's no deforming. Oh, the power tool colors. That's what I was going to show you. So the Milwaukee, you can see a little difference here. So they're not perfect one-to-one matches. I had some electricians over here while I was getting some more lines put in for my 3D printers. And you can see a difference on the Milwaukee tools themselves. They don't have a really tight tolerance on the colors. So this is, it's kind of tough to perfectly match. But you can see, can you see? Okay, you can see my cursor. This is the power tool red, the banding and the gloves on this model. So you can see it's close, but it's not perfect. It's not a perfect one-to-one. It's as close as we could get to have to be in the middle of the power tool colors. But I will say there is a perfect one-to-one with the Kleins, with the so you can see how perfect this color does match. These are Milwaukee also. So you can see how perfectly it matches this tool, but they have, depending on the plastic on their tooling, is depending on their color tolerances. So it's really, really tough. Oh, here's some Army Green. Check out this Army Green. It looks so good. A lot more testing. I got a ton of colors of testing. Here's some, oh, here's a picture of the brown. If nobody's seen the brown, this is a picture from Wexter. Very nice brown. Here's another scientist, but y'all got to see it live on stream. Here's me playing around with my wife's chopsticks, boiling, annealing stuff.
That's it. I'm not sure where we left off on questions.
Yeah, questions,
power tools, right?
Power tool questions. Oh, I was telling Scott earlier, I made similar model to how he did his.
Yeah.
See, it's actually very similar. I was doing this testing, but this is another show of difference. This the Wolverine on the right was the very first version 1 iteration of the red, and then this one on the left is the second version. I went through many different iterations of the colors until we had them to where I believe that y'all would like them. And then of course I did the print tests between different PLAs and such.
Text me.
And then after that, I didn't know what to do with them, so I threw them in the oven, and then you can see the HT-PLA holding strong, and then Polylite and Polyterra and stuff bending over. Yeah, lots of testing. Oh, here is a Wolverine on the right, which is the HT-PLA, and then on the left is the generic PLA. That's what happens with filament that is not heat stable. So whenever we say
makes
heat
them thinner.
stable, yeah, whenever we say heat stable, this is exactly what we're talking about. The one on the right holding perfect shape. The one on the left just distorting and getting all crazy. So this is a really good picture of how good heat stability our HT-PLA is.
Mm.
I don't remember what temperature that was at, but it had to be like, it was definitely over 100. I
got
want
the
to
next
say
question
somewhere
up
around
there.
150 or so, but are you going to have refillable spools? This is something that we are kind of looking into and still making decisions on this. So there's no yes or no answer on this.
I'm going through here. There you go. Very important one.
I'm looking at your. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? I actually say this very often. That's why I could read that. Oh, but Sean actually printed a birdhouse in our brown color. You just reminded me of that because of the wood comment, but I'm not sure if I have it saved in here. It's probably under a different folder, but yeah, this is very cool to, oh, actually here, I'll show you how
the support
satisfying,
removal.
I'll show you how satisfying it is to remove support. Check this out.
And of course, those are some fine-ended supports,
Yeah.
interweaved into the hair
Hey, check
piece.
that out. Done. Oh, well, okay. Now
One
done.
piece, yeah. Blended in too well.
Very, very easy support removal. Let's see, what is next? What is next? Do you do any sand, salt, annealing for non-GF HT-PLA to see if it reduces warping? I've been told that sand annealing is less prone to warping, but I have not done it myself. Because the idea behind it is that it's being kind of held into place, I suppose. I'm not
Yeah,
real
it's
technical
supported.
on that aspect. I'm not real knowledgeable on the sand annealing. Is the HT-PLA have any problems with cold? I'm going to say standard to normal PLA, or standard. It's going to be more similar to just standard PLA. Because this is basically, other than the high heat aspect, it's all the characteristics are going to be similar to generic PLA. Let's see what's next. When are you going to have the NCAA color? In HT-PLA, I have no idea. In Panchroma colors, you can ask Tongyu that one. Tongyu, for those that don't know, he's the product manager over Panchroma. How much polymaker could a polymaker make if a polymaker could make poly? That was not as hard to read as I thought it was
That
going to
actually
be.
came out pretty smooth. Yeah, no, you nailed it. A polymaker could make as much poly as a maker could make if a polymaker could make poly.
I guess you can make as many polys as your wallet is deep.
There you go. There we go. No, wait, there we go.
Oh, one second. I'm watching on Twitch on the other half of my screen. Would very easy support removal mean not very good layer adhesion? Yes, it is. The layer adhesion is not as good as Polylite PLA. so we're not selling it like that.
Yeah.
But yes, we're not claiming high layer adhesion on this. So no, the layer adhesion is better than Polyterra, but not it's not on the Polylite PLA level. No, it's not a toughened PLA. So low layer adhesion, but very easy support removal. What happens if you do not anneal it? Is it the same as normal PLA? No. So both HT-PLAs can withstand 150. So this is where the heat stable thing comes in. Both of them straight off the printer can withstand 150 C temperatures, no problem, on their own weight, just hanging out in the heat, no problem. The only issue you have without annealing on the HDT is on the GF version, you need to anneal it to be stronger under heat. So the standard HT-PLA, we do not suggest that for like useful prints under heat. That's not what this is geared towards. This is more existing in the heat. The HT-PLA GF is better for working material under heat, but it's not going to be I would say like a ABS replacement if you're looking for specific aspects. So you're going to want to play around with it and see what kind of creepage you get out of it, because it's not going to be a direct replace. We're not calling this an ABS or PETG replacement. This is just better temperature stable PLA. So if you want normal PLA capabilities with added heat tolerance, then this is your go-to. But if you're looking for like ductility or chemical resistance or UV protection, then obviously you're going to be looking at other fine-tuned filament that's specific to that task. Our Polymaker orders backed up because of Memorial Day HT-PLA release.
I know we hit on it, but I figured we could answer it again.
So one of the reasons why we sold out fast is because we did not release 5 colors. So I think that might have had a little bit to do with it, because rather than distributing the sales between 5 additional colors, all of those were more heavily concentrated on the colors that we do have. And then also, I was not sure how well this was going to take off at first. So I guess I underestimated how much y'all would really enjoy using this filament. So hopefully after you get the filament in your hands, you still feel the same, and then you want to purchase more, and then we'll ramp up the production on it, obviously, and then we'll have a consistent flow of stock, so you won't have this problem in the future of not being able to get all the colors. And then also, just so we're on the same page, the colors that were not released at launch, we did fix the problem, so those will be in the second batch. Is the layer adhesion as bad as silk PLAs? No, it's actually marginally. It's better than Polyterra PLA. Polyterra PLA is not known for high layer adhesion, but it is better than Polyterra PLA on the layer adhesion. We have our TDSs on the product pages if you want to see the exact numbers. So just to clarify, heat stable means doesn't deform disproportionately, not that it doesn't deform at all. No. So heat stable meaning it's going to keep its shape. It's going to keep its shape exactly how it is, at least up to 150. I mean, I've taken it far higher than that, but I'm not gonna state that it's better than 150, because 150 is the VICAT softening temperature. So the VICAT softening temperature is a test of seeing how far it's actually more stringent than just deforming. It's actually a test of the needle going into the plastic. But yeah, your prints should stay stable at their exact shape and size and everything up to 150. UK availability. Yes, it is available in UK. We already have a handful of resellers that have it in stock, and then the others will be coming soon as they can get it in their inventory. What I feel the best use cases for this filament if layer adhesion isn't strong as normal? Just models things that aren't handled. So the standard HT-PLA is better for looking good in the heat and then staying itself in the heat. So there's many different applications, like even for example, like exhaust ducting on like a PC, something like that, where it can withstand the high temperatures, but also not being under mechanical stress. So yeah, something like an exhaust ducting would be a very good use case for this, or like an electronics enclosure, something that's got heat all around it, but not pressing on it. Oh, let's see. Hopefully that answered your question good enough. If not, then you can see more use cases on our website. Another by definition probably means many, and we are the makers include. I think you're probably putting some stuff in AI, and you're like, how can I get this guy to stutter? Well, Joe, sometimes I stutter anyways.
Yeah, in your face.
Holding its shape can be true while also changing overall size.
I think like scale wise, yes, the shape's there because there's.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about dimensional stability. So what we're saying is it's dimensionally stable up to 150. So you're not going to get it stretching, shrinking, distorting, or any like scaling up or down, at least to 150.
I'm not sure what this is.
But like My Tech Fun, and Scott and them also mentioned, if you're annealing the parts and then using it afterwards, obviously there's going to be some very minor shrinkage
with annealing, not the printability.
Well, I mean, technically, if you're holding it at 150 C like all day long, then you're higher than the annealing range. So whenever it comes back down off temperature or something, then it's probably going to have some kind of a shrinkage, but it's not going to be, it's going to be negligible. It's not going to be like probably what you're thinking in your mind. How is this even possible? R&D, lots and lots of research and development. That's how it's possible. Like Gia said, our head of R&D, she said that we went through, I myself had like 3 different formulas in my hand that I was test printing, but like she mentioned, they probably went through 200 different iterations fine tuning this formula.
Okay, now this went a little bit longer than expected, as it usually does. Let me see here. I think that's all the questions. I think we're all caught up on questions. So, real quick, last reminder. See, usually it's right below me, but it's not. It's kind of down there. You see, I am awesome. Enter it in chat, YouTube, and Twitch, at least for this stream. I can't promise for future, but I think I might have something figured out. But enter it in now. You're going to get a chance to win some filament. We're going to do 5 drawings. Give 5 more spools. Hopefully, wherever you're at, you can still get some HT-PLA if it's still in stock. But get that in there because we are going to do that last drawing. So to kind of close it up, I'm going to keep Pete on the screen here because this was his baby. We talked and we have fun with the community, but in the behind the scenes, there is actual hard work being done. So just hats off to Pete, to the whole team, the marketing team, the production, the development, R&D, everything is. Hopefully, we've answered most of your questions. There's going to be more that come up. Maybe some that we didn't answer, fully to what you were hoping for. But don't be afraid to ask those in the socials or on Discord. Trust me, Pete and Nico are scanning that Discord nonstop to try to answer and be on top of anything that that way people don't have a misrepresentation of what the material is and what it can do. So just post your questions there. They're not going to ignore anybody. Keep it respectful. There's sometimes there's debates. We are all okay with debates, but keep it clean, respectful to each other. And if you have questions, like I said, yeah, let us know. Well, we're more than happy to have discussions with anybody on any of our products. But Pete, do you have any I won't say outgoing messages because I'll keep you on until the giveaway is done. But anything you want to say to the people, the 228 people that are still watching 4 hours in?
Sheesh. Thanks for being here. And thanks for being
provide the
interested
filament.
in thanks for being interested in HT-PLA. It's I've been working on this for over 6 months, and my very first product launch with Polymaker, and I'm not gonna lie and say I wasn't nervous because I was obviously hoping for the best, but I've never done this before, and I'm very, very appreciative to everyone that seems interested in this material, because I worked very hard on this very long for a while, and yeah, thank you all to everyone that's interested in this.
Can you read that for me real quick?
Pretty prints probably if the Polymakers for steam, powerfully pushing pliable plastic layer by layer, quite right.
Bam!
Easy money.
Tech Jeeper couldn't stump
Tech
you.
Jeeper.
Okay, so we're gonna get ready to do some drawings, people. We're gonna give away some filament. You're gonna do 5 of them. So if you don't hear your name the first 4 times, there's still one more chance. So let's add this to stage. Stay creeping. You did not win again. That's from previous. I got to figure out. There's got to be a way that I can like reset it so it goes back to the screen. I'd hit back, but I'd be afraid to clear everybody's entries out. So awesome on this. If you're watching the VOD, minutes after this, hours after this, days after this, and you see your name, you need to reach out to me. We don't reach out to you on these ones. So contact me. I will verify the name and the account. But that's going to be at joel.fin@polymaker.com or message me on Discord at discord.polymaker.com, and I will get you your free spool of filament if you win. And that is international. Wherever you're at, we will send that to you free of charge. Any crazy countries with weird import fees, we always try our best to avoid any import fees. Being that there's so many laws in so many countries, I can't ever promise everything across the board, but we do our best to get you what we promise, for sure. But let's see here. Happy day. Congrats and fun printing with Polymaker. There you go. So let's do the first drawing. We are going to pull it up. And
before you draw it, everyone that tries this filament, post the pictures and tag at Polymaker_3D on your socials, because we want to see what you are printing with this. Obviously, we can target who to sell it to and who to market it to, but if you're doing some different use case than we ever dreamed, I want to see it. I want to see what you're using this filament for.
I'm always impressed with anything, whether it be technical stuff like HueForge, of how many people have used HueForge in different ways. And then, just the material itself of, oh, hey, I never thought of that. Like I said, share it, tag us. We are Polymaker_3D across all the socials, except YouTube and Facebook. We are just at Polymaker. I know it's confusing. Consistency is not there, but that's where we are. So make sure to tag. And then also, even if you share there, encourage you, come to discord.polymaker.com. We do daily giveaways there. We have fun, crazy, zany hangouts where we all, chit chat for hours upon hours until 3 in.the morning or later, depending on the day. So come there, because then also in that Discord server is the Show Off Prints channel. You can show off your prints there as much as you want. I always ask if you can, if you know where you got the model from, put a link there. That way, if somebody is inspired by what you share, they can click that, download it, and do it themselves. Especially, again, love to see not just the gradients, any of the HT-PLA. If you print any of the HT-PLA, share the print. Share it, share them as a group of photos. Share them as one photo. There's no strict ruling on the Show Off Prints channel. You can just kind of make it. It's basically when you do something, it's a post. Just share. Let us know what you think. Always love to see what you guys make. So, and real quick, I see somebody asked, what happened to the Polymaker coupon through HueForge? It should still be there. UK and maybe Japan, or soon to be Japan. But if not, maybe message support@HueForge.com. I don't know that that's the correct email, but reach out to HueForge. Yeah, nothing's changed from that. But first drawing. Who's going to win
Fire.
this?
Team Fire.
Team Fire. Let's see. Is the first winner Team Fire or are they Team Ice? John Pauly, another one on YouTube. Look, the algorithms are, I'm telling you, they're making up for all the lost YouTube
Yeah, no kidding.
contests. So again, John Pauly, real quick, I'll leave it on the screen so you see your name. Make sure to DM me on Discord or email me at joel.finn@polymaker.com. If you do !contact in the chat, it'll show you that email right there. So congratulations. We're going to move on so we can get this going. 4 more to go. Number 2 is going to go to none other than the infamous
Oh, seen some familiar names
Mad
on
Cat
there.
USA.
Oh, Mad Cat USA. Yep, another familiar
Congratulations.
name. And a Twitch winner.
And a Twitch winner. Yep, you're breaking the
So
mold
it's
now.
yeah. So it's not Fly. Also, Stay Creeping won on Twitch earlier. So
Oh, that's true. Yep.
there is on both.
So there we go. So next up, get Mad Cat. You know how to reach out. So reach out to me. We'll get you that filament. Number 3. 2.5 way or down the line. Oh, it's almost. Stuville.
Congratulations.
Stuville. Congrats. Again, email me, joel.finn@polymaker.com. ! contact in chat if you need it. Or discord.polymaker.com. Message me. Yeah, you've seen his name there, George, for sure. So that's number 3. Number 4. Back to back. We're giving away some filament, and it goes to Heslas. I saw you in there again.
Yeah, seeing K2 Kevin in there.
Sean G. Holland on YouTube.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
I'm glad we finally got that giveaway thing fixed.
Whoa. Shh. I think it's only because right now we're doing it through StreamYards, but I think I can figure it out how I can possibly make it work.
I mean, we have more people on YouTube now, so it's pulling more. It's definitely pulling more winners from YouTube.
Yeah. So, okay, last but not least, number 5. And here we go.
Who's going to be number 5?
Kinsley K1 over on Twitch.
Congratulations.
Again, if you saw your name displayed, make sure to message me in Discord at discord.polymaker.com or email me, joel.finn@polymaker.com. So, congratulations to the winners. Thank you all for hanging out with us for 4 hours. 4 hours. That was a Polypalooza stream. So it seems our Saturday streams are about a 4-hour stream. Do you guys, does it get too much having to see us on the screen for 4 hours, or do you guys like these, every now and then? I mean, for special occasions, of course. Other than just the free filament. Let's take free filament out of it. No giveaways. Would you still come and watch? At least for a few minutes. Just tell me yes to make me feel good. Get this pulled up, and then we're gonna go back.
Also,
here.
do y'all feel like this stream helped understand the product better?
That would be the next question. Yep.
Like, do you feel more comfortable with knowing what the product is now? Yes. All right. Well, that's good, because I was hoping.
Yes. Yeah. I also was hoping that a 4-hour stream would at least maybe didn't answer 100% of questions, but answered majority, or at least everybody that watched.
We got most of them. We got most of them covered.
You took something away that you maybe didn't know prior. Then it's success. But as always, like I said, the forums are open. We are
more comfortable with making the purchase. All right. I'm glad of that.
Awesome.
I'm
definitely
want that.
Videos. And there are some more videos too. Modbot will be releasing a video soon in the next couple of days.
No, because no reusable bag.
Freaking new fee, come on. Well, we lost a customer there. Tell you what if I ship you from Amazon a box of Ziploc bags? I can't promise they're going to be big enough to hold the spool, but you'll get Ziploc bags. Or 3 spools because of the stream. Awesome. So yeah, that's good. That means Pete's time was worth it. And then having the people on, like I always enjoy just bringing number one, the content creators are awesome to bring on too, but also the team. When you can bring your CEO on a chat on a stream, who does that? Tell me who else. And there's some out there I know, but there's not many that can just be like, hey, see, Mr. CEO, can you come on the stream and talk for a little bit? So no, but that is all we got. Again, any more questions? Here, let's see. Oh, here's almost the full lineup of trophies. The gradients I didn't do long enough, but
Look
there's
at
still some
all
good
those
gradients in it.
trophies.
I don't even know what I'm gonna do with them now. Actually, hey,
Have
real
a
quick,
few myself.
I'll give a special. This isn't for anything that we're saying is part of testing or whatnot. Anybody want to see one of these trophies torched to oblivion?
While you're about to do
if I get a
that,
few yeses,
I got to give a shout out to Zombie Hedgehog, because we now officially have a zombie approved yellow. Now, I'm not saying it's a big deal, but it's a big deal.
But it's a
we
big
finally
deal.
have a zombie approved yellow in our arsenal.
There's
So
there we
if
go.
that's what you were waiting on, his approval for a yellow, it's your time to shine.
And of course, I guess it goes, okay, so color. The first color that I see mentioned twice by two different people is the color that gets torched. We do have all the power tools. So power tool red, teal, yellow, green. We have army green, blue, gray, black.
Let's see.
Teal,
we got red,
yellow,
blue,
orange, green.
Orange, green, red. All right, we got 2 reds.
Reds.
3
okay.
reds, 4 reds.
The only one I have printed in red is I've got the fire gradient. Do we fire up the fire gradient, which is non-GF, or do we do the power tool red, which is GF? So non-GF, GF. Which one? Let's see what the majority is.
Let's see.
Let's see the GF. Looks like GF might be the one.
Non-GF.
Why not both, right?
Looks like mostly GF.
Okay, so let's do this safely. I gotta turn this monitor so I can actually see what's on the screen.
And yet again, we are not calling this flame retardant material.
No. This is just fun.
Just to reiterate,
this is fun.
This is just for hee ha-has only.
Yeah, this is not resistant to this flame. It's just going to be interesting to see what happens with a direct flame. Here, I'll do it on the stem there too. Oh, it's gotten some discoloration. Oh.
Well, there you have it.
Oh,
not
look at that, though.
flame retardant. Oh, it went out.
Yeah,
It's not
not there we go. Now
flame
again, this is all in fun, people.
This is not flame retardant material, so don't treat it as such.
State Farm Insurance, don't watch this video. So there you guys have it. That, I mean, for direct heat, that's hot. For it to withstand as long as it did, pretty impressive. Especially too, because this is only, how many walls did you have this on the file, Pete?
So probably just 2.
2. So 2 and then 7% gyroid infill. And it got destroyed, but and now it smells like burnt marshmallows. There you guys have it. Okay. That's all the fun we're going to have for today. I've got a recital to get to. So thank you all again for your support. Thank you, Pete, for 4 hours of your time on a Saturday. I'm glad to see everything has been going great. Had no doubt when you came on. I had to make the final decision if we're going to hire you. I said, I don't know, but I'm glad I said yes.
Oh, also another fun fact. Before either of us worked for Polymaker, like far before we worked for Polymaker, I told him, one day we're going to work together. And this is whenever both of us was at our previous jobs.
This was, so it would have been either early or mid last year, because I hired on in August. He hired on in December. But he had said, like, even before I even knew that I was going to be asked to be community manager, it was like, I think it was, I knew I was becoming a community manager. And you just said, I'm going to be working with you at some point. But yes, it was, what's the saying? I can't remember what the saying is, that you brought it to,
you speak it into existence.
There you go. Speak it into existence. There we go. So now you guys are stuck with us. Me, Polymaker Joel, as community manager. Him as Polymaker Pete, the product manager. The Polymaker Prime family. Look at that. Tongue twister. But again, thank you all for coming. Hope you all have a wonderful weekend. We will be back next week. There might be a special Tuesday stream. So I do Tuesday streams. I'll be traveling for vacation. I might just do a fun, in the vehicle trip. We'll see. But stay tuned. You'll see that on Tuesday around 7 p.m. if that does happen. If not, see you on Thursday for Meet the Polymaker at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tiffany's got her stream on Wednesday. feedback hour at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursday. We're getting a whole list of things, so you guys better get a TV guide going. And we hope
then
to
if
see
you're
you soon.
active, and then if you're active in our Discord, you can join our Awesome Squad meetings, and you can actually suggest colors to add to our filament lines. So we
There you
have
go.
we have those also.
And
Cool.
we normally rate out. I would just encourage, if anybody's wanting to still watch anything, go find somebody that you can support on Twitch. Tell them hello. I don't have the ability right here to raid, so I apologize. But thank you all again for 4 hours of your Saturday. You guys have a great night, and we'll see you all later.
Thank
Peace.
you all for hanging out.
In stream. It's not yet. It's not ending yet.
Stream.